Hello. Good morning, chat. How are you all? I hope you're well. I am well. I'm a little bit tired, though. I'll get into that why. But, not surprisingly. But today we're going to be doing some lazy food. Well, lazy by my standards. I can appreciate that, like, if you're not someone that really cooks a lot, this is probably way too much effort for you. And if you're not... Hey Tiny, welcome to chat. But yeah, I can appreciate that, you know, if you are not someone that cooks a lot, this wouldn't be considered lazy for you. So I just called it Weeknight Eats. I'm making 2 dishes. And so the first one is going to be Vietnamese Bun Rieu soup, which is like a tomato-based soup. But like, I made it once on stream, and it was like the pro version. And then I was like, that's kind of hard, but it tastes really good. So how can I adapt it? So I figured out a way to like make these meatballs, or to make the meatballs, and then also add in like more textures to it to like not just make it straight protein. And also I skipped the crab because like crab is expensive, guys. But to still have the flavor. And then you can use the frozen meatballs to make like weeknight soups. You just need like tomatoes and stuff. And then the other thing we're gonna make is Korean Bi Bim Bap, which I haven't made in a while, so I'm curious as to whether I can make it. But when I think of like lazy eating, but like balanced food, that's what I want to make. But yeah, so it's gonna be like a remixed, I should call it remixed. I shouldn't call it cheat. I'll call it remixed Vietnamese Bun Rieu. Anyway, I think we've established what we're doing. Okay, have my coffee, have my thing. Let's switch the scene. Oh, and I have flowers today for my cousin's wedding that I like took aside their like table arrangements and then remade it into flower arrangement in vases. The arrangements are huge. I took 3 of them and I don't know what to do with it. I don't have enough vases to store everything. This is just from one singular table arrangement. I think I got like 4 vases of flowers out of them. I mean, to be fair, my vases are very small. And these flowers are kind of harder to work with because all the stems have been cut to fit on the table arrangements. But I'll show you. All right, I'm gonna head over to the kitchen and we're gonna start cooking. Because today I also need to eat food. Of course, everyone needs to eat food. But I need to eat food to take my anti-malaria tablets. So it's a malaria prophylaxis is what I need to take. And having that in my system means that if I have any, if I get infected with malaria, then my immune system can fight it off. Okay, I have chat on screen. All right, chat. I have coffee. Which one should we do first? I haven't really thought it through too much. Oh, I haven't even made rice, chat. I'm gonna need rice for bibimbap. Let's do that. I have the rice cooker. I won't cook it on that bench because it'll take up too much space. But let me shuffle things and make some rice. We're just gonna like do homey things today, chat. And I'll see you look up my rice recipe. Okay. Alright, in here, I need to look up rice. 250 grams of rice, 350 grams of water. Get my giant bag of, not so giant anymore. It's been whittled down. So 250 and 250, 350. Okay. Yes, I really like the flower arrangements. I like this puffy one here. Okay, I have 250 rice, and now I need 350. I'm gonna tear that. Oh, I should just. I don't have a jug. Oh, I know. I'll need a few cups of these. 350? Yeah. Oh, too much water. No! Guys, when I was a pharmacist, I was a much better manufacturer than I am a home cook. Because I knew that I couldn't stuff up the ingredients. Whereas when I'm a home cook, I'm just like, whatever. Throw things in. 360. I get down to 350. Penguin! Hello! I like the tentacle wave. It reminds me of New Udra. Is it New Udra? The monster with the tentacles? I'm like, yes. I do want to slice off the tentacles. Alright, starting out with basic rice cooking. Because we'll need that for the Bip Bim Bap. How are you, Penguin? Are you working today? How's the shift going? Alright. Press the cook on the rice button machine. You're good, just working. Okay. Going okay, not super busy. Oh, that's nice. What's it like when it's like really busy? Is it like all the rooms have to be turned over? And like, is there a season that happens in? Like holiday season? Like, okay. What do we want to do first? We should do like the Bun Rieu stuff, the meatball stuff. Okay. Okay, so Vietnamese Bun Rieu is essentially made with like, it's meant to be made with crab meat. But actually, what we'll do first is we'll make the meatballs and then we can keep aside what we need and then put away what we don't need. And I do have to soak these prawns. Actually, don't I already have some dried shrimp? Yes. It's more like holiday times is busy because everyone leaves at the exact same time. Then we have almost every room to clean. Do you enter, I'm curious, like, do you enter like a state of flow where you're just like, flip, 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 scrub, 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 vacuum, 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 strip the bed, put the U-sheet on? Like, are you just like, I'm imagining you like Carmen Ride or something, like just like whizzing through. Okay, I'm going to soak these dried prawns. I'll do a healthy amount. You know what? I will just use all of it. Over time, you go into like a trance, and then suddenly you're like halfway done. That's amazing. I used to achieve that for like, well, for me, it's like hard to get into a state of flow or a trance. But when I do, I'm just like, leave me there. Don't interrupt me. It used to happen when, so as part of my training, I had to, in hospital, I used to work in something called like a sterile cabinet, where essentially you have like a cabinet with like a filter. So let's pretend like Vietnamese filter, and there's a bench, and you like get all gowned up, and essentially like, yeah, you wear like a gown over your clothes, a hair net, feet net, like essentially it's a, what they call like is it aseptic or septic? Like essentially you make up like products that go and get injected into veins. So like IV bags. So like iron infusions, and like, I remember the IV infusion bags, which is you have to break like, I don't know, depending on the dose that the doctor ordered, because they customize certain doses depending on the patient's blood test. There would be like 30 vials to break. And then you have to draw them all up into like a giant syringe, and then filter it through, make sure there's no glass particles. So because it's just so repetitive, like the trance in that was insane. And you don't even realize like how exhausted you are until you like get out, like de-gown out of the room. It's kind of fun though. It was kind of like, I don't know, in my mind I'm like, I'm so cool. Look at me in my like awesome ass kicking gown. It's not a very attractive gown. If you've seen like those like manufacturing disposable gowns, it's that. Okay, I'm gonna just microwave the prawns to encourage them to like expand. Oh, unhydrate, rehydrate. The word is rehydrate. So I'm just gonna, actually, maybe I'll add a bit more water. I had defrosted the prawns prior to stream. And now I'm gonna rehydrate these dried prawns. Essentially, it just all adds like flavor profile to everything. So the original recipe does not have, you used to work at Steggles, you had those white meshy gown things you had to wear inside the factory. Yeah. So I would have, I don't know if it's a mesh gown. Mine was specific to like hospital grade stuff. So it was like, oh no, I remember what it was. Okay, so there's different gowns. So there's a green one with like these cuffs that doesn't really breathe very well. Like you get really sweaty underneath them. And then you have a special technique to put on gloves, which like cover the edge of the gown, like the sleeves. And then you already have the hairnet, and then the face mask, and then booties on your shoes. And oh my gosh, like it's so hot. Wow, you worked at Steggles. Is it true that, so Steggles is a chicken manufacturing or chicken preparation. Is it true that they have like specific cuts of chicken meat that are patented or something? I don't know whether it's I have a feeling that Steggles is a provider to KFC, and I feel like with KFC, like with their popcorn chicken and like some of their different products, they have like specific cuts of meat. I heard about that, but I need to fact check myself. I'm like, is that true? Is the cut of popcorn chicken patented? Oh no, it's not. Popcorn chicken was invented by food technologist Gene Gagliardi, who also invented steak It's not a patented cup. The idea of popcorn chicken was sold to KFC in 1992. Okay. But this, I don't know. There's a Google patent website. Oh man, I'm going deep down the chicken patent tunnel. There's a lot of cuts they make it. It's supplies not just KFC, but Coles and Woolworths. Wow. I mean, on Google Patents, there is a popcorn chicken production process. And like, I don't know. It's just a horrid place to work, to be honest. 10-hour shifts are too much for me. It's cold all the time because I'm in pretty much a giant fridge. It does sound pretty terrible. And even when I see the workers at Coles who work in the fridge section, they have these like massive like coats on. It does sound very unpleasant. And you can't even like, because I'm sure you have to like wear the special gown and like there's like certain hygiene policies and processes you have to follow. You can't even like put on a cardigan or anything. Well, it's not you anymore, so congrats for making it out of there. Oh, I'm gonna drain these prawns and then while I prep the rest of the stuff. And just gonna wing it, chat. Let's see. I'm going to. Don't worry, Penguin. In your heart, you're a charge blader. It's good money, but that job kills you. I guess it's like okay to do for a time to like rack up money and like get, you know, get the bag and then like swap into something else. It is I mean, at the end of the day, it's an essential job. Someone has to do it. So we respect the people that do it. But I mean, at the end of the day, every job has its pros and cons. I think it's like very rare that people, I think like eventually people do love what they, well, some people do find stuff that they're passionate about and love doing. But it often ends up being like a thing you're passionate about and love doing may not always pay so well, or you may not be, you know, sometimes a lot of industries you have to be like at the top whatever % in order to earn good money. I just think of like, I don't know about the world of like singing. So like I see all these like live artists and stuff, and I just think like, how does the everyday musician earn money? Like, you know, you get, I don't know, I have a lot of like questions around like, apart from things that are like a straightforward, oh, you're employed and this is how much we employ you and this is how much we pay you. I'm always curious like the logistics of how money is negotiated in other industries, like singing, music, where it's like gig work. Like, so a venue pays a certain amount, but then like what happens if like the show is just like 3 people? And then what happens if the band is like 6 people? Like, does the venue always pay the same amount? And then is it, I have no idea. We need like, I wish we had like gig workers or musicians in chat so I could be like, so tell me. I mean, like I assume, Penguin, that your job, your housekeeping job is paid by hour. Is that right? and then you have like a certain amount of like, you have a shift that you need to do, and then you're like there for the shift, and then you like swap over with someone else. But then like, how does gig work? Oh no. Also like the interaction that I see with like front of staff, like sometimes when you check into hotels, like there's always someone there, you know, like my plane gets in, I get it like 3 a.m. there's someone there. I mean, I don't think not all hotels offer that service, but a lot of hotels do. Alipay, yeah. Which is like in a way good, because like you go in, you do your job, you're done, you go home. Whereas like I mean, this is probably more a me thing, but when I was in corporate, it's like I would think about, actually no, also when I was in public hospital, I would think about things too much outside of work, because like I would work, and because like it's such a, the hospital was such a dynamic place that, you know, I'd go home and then I'll be driving home and thinking, did I put away that thing, or did I like give out that other medication, or did I like put something away properly, or did I lock up properly, like all these questions. And it takes like a really long time for me to like wind down. With corporate, because like my work was like, I don't know, they pay you a lot because you're always connected to them. So like, and you would have like meetings, you know, at 11 p.m. at night, because that's the only time that like the Middle East could meet or something like that. And like weirdly, in Australia, like we always, I don't know, our Australian branch always got kind of shafted, as in no one ever accommodated our hours. So it'd be like in the middle of the day for like the Middle East, but like 11 p.m. at night for Australia or something. So as I said, there's pros and cons. And sometimes it's like, sometimes in corporate I would work, and then I would look at, there are these Korean cake factory videos that look so satisfying. So, okay, so so essentially it would start out with like these giant vats of like making cake batter, and then the cake batter would then get baked into these giant sheets of cake, and then they would cut out like the round cake thing, like, you know, cakes that you see in like, kind of like what you see in like Coles, Woolworths, but in some of the Asian bakeries, like Bread Top and stuff, they're a bit more fancy. They like have like layer of sponge, some cream, another layer of sponge, you know, in buttercream, the whole like buttercream enveloping the whole thing, some sort of decoration on the top. And I just think like I'd watch these videos, and like, you know, especially like when you're on the when you're on the cream assembly line, and you just have this giant tub of cream, and you just have this giant spatula, and you just go smear, and then like spin, and then it's like next. Like, I don't know, it looks really, really satisfying. I'm like, maybe I should just do that. I mean, the problem with like, I do know the problem with like a lot of factory work was is that because it's like physical labor, that, you know, injuries can arise and things like that. But in saying that, I also got injured as a pharmacist as well, because I got a shoulder tear injury from repetitive lifting and taking down of this folder from a higher shelf that was like kind of too high for me, so I was like overreaching, and then I would like load the weight on. Anyway, so in this folder was like patient prescriptions that they kept for this like special like the clinic I worked in was a dialysis clinic. Oh, well, actually no, they did different things. They ran dialysis the whole week. Then they also had liver, like a liver clinic. So interestingly, liver clinic is for conditions like, yeah, end stage liver failure, things like hepatitis, psoriasis, I think mostly hepatitis treatment. And there would be, yeah, different medications that people would have to go on courses to sort of like try and eradicate the hepatitis, essentially. And then what other clinics were there? Oh yeah, eye clinic, because it was a pretty big community clinic. They also did cataract eye surgery, which was like kind of fun to learn about that, actually. But yes, and then occasionally they had dental clinics, the occasional antibiotics, but it was mostly liver and like dialysis. Dialysis being like is what you go on when your kidneys fail and you need to filter out all the toxins from your blood, or filter out things like calcium, phosphorus, like different things like build up in your body that your kidneys naturally just filter out. But yes, this little it was essentially like a hole in the wall. It was like essentially the size of like, no, bigger than a closet, but it had like, it was very bare bones and did not have a very large fridge, and just had like the stuff just for the clinic. But yeah, so I was working this and they didn't really have like a lot of space. So it's just kind of like cramped everything in. So anyway, as a result of that, I had this like massive tear in my right shoulder in my rotator cuff, which I claimed work cover for it, so workers' compensation. But the amount of like mental, like, so when nurses claim it, I was encouraged to claim it as a result of talking to my nurse friends, because that I worked with, because they're like, yeah, we have to claim it all the time because like we get back injuries, arm injuries, etc. Because nursing is a, you know, very physically demanding job. Sometimes, like, you know, I know at this time that I was claiming, another nurse was undergoing the process because they had caught a patient as the patient was like falling out of bed, and as a result they tweaked their back. Yeah, so they were like, yeah, like it happens to us all the time, you just have to claim it. And which was really unknown because like I'd never known prior to that any other pharmacists that had claimed work cover. And the thing was like I had to go through like a whole mental thing of like, well, actually, like this did happen to me, it happened at work, I should claim it, like, you know. Let me check this. And then having gone through it, like, so when you claim it, the weird psychological aspect is that immediately you have to stop working. You cannot work because then they have to put you on all these like different assessment things. And it's so crap. Because one day, and this was like in my 20s, I think early 20s, something like that. No, not early 20s, I think mid 20s. But essentially, you work, like I was working like, yeah, 6 days a week kind of thing. And then you go to not working because you're not allowed to work while you're recovering, like while they assess the injury and decide whether it was a cause of work or not. Then they put you through like these series of assessments, which are like crazy. They're like, they'll get like one specialist and then they'll get like another specialist, and then you have to go to like their specialist, which means that you have to like, I had to like travel into the city to go meet their specialist, and they had to do like assessment and then x-rays and stuff to sort of like assess how much the insurance, the work cover insurance would like claim out. And then there's a whole like, luckily I had a really good, my GP was like, oh, I don't really know how to rehab this, but my physio was really, really good. She was like, nah, this is, and she sort of like managed my plan to go back to work and stuff, because it had to be like gradual. And I also had to get like, it wasn't completely torn, so I didn't have to have surgery, but I had a bunch of like, to manage the pain, I had to have like a bunch of like injections into the joint to try and like reduce inflammation, as well as, you know, my physician suggested trying acupuncture to help reduce some of the pain. It was like pretty bad pain. It also became like a bit nerve, and then I had to do a bunch of rehab to like get it back up to strength and stuff, which is also why I'm very like mindful of moving, exercise, and keeping things moving. I never want to be back in that state again. Okay, so I've chopped up wood ear mushroom that I've rehydrated. I had a little bit left of like the dried lily flower thingy, which I've like rehydrated and chopped up to small pieces. Because essentially I'm gonna mix this all together with like the pork mince. I've rehydrated some of the dried prawns, which will give like a different flavor. I've defrosted the standard prawn meat, which I'm going to use the food compressor to chop up. But actually, I need to, but yeah, I learned a lot. And I think having that injury really helped me empathize with like the patient experience, if that makes sense. And really sort of like advocating more. But yeah, life is a journey. You learn so many things through so many different experiences. Sometimes they're not always great experiences. It was a very low moment in my life, as you can imagine, because you're like, a lot of my identity was tied up with like what I like, my work. And then when that goes away, you're like, well, you know, and also like uncertainty about the future and things like that. So that's when I like really did a lot of work with a therapist I had that specialized in trauma. All right, I'm gonna use the food processor to blitz these dried prawns. And there's just so much stuff that happens to you, man. Like, life is never going to be perfect. Life is never going to be like 100% happy. You can do your best, but yeah, you got to define what happiness is to you and then aim for that. Alrighty. And right now, happiness is like creating, meeting people online, finding shared passions, finding new new passions. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna blitz these prawns. All right, chat, stand by. It's gonna, I don't know, I think the noise gating won't affect it. All right, I blitzed it up. I'm just checking how it looks. Is it still too chunky? I think some bits did not rehydrate probably. My bad. All right, I think a little bit more. Let's have a look. Is it a bit better? Do I want it? I think it's okay. I think once I mix it through, I think it's small enough chunks. Oh my gosh, this food processor has really changed, like has made me more likely to take on certain recipes because I don't have to like individually chop up all these dried prawns. Okay. Yeah, this is pretty good. I'll scrape that in. And then we're going to use the same food processor to roughly chop the defrosted prawns / shrimp, whatever you want to call them. Crustaceans. But yeah, as a level of that experience, because like my manager at the time was not a very good manager, I didn't really feel supported as much as they said they were going to support me. I didn't really feel it. I wonder whether they were like told to not like have too much contact with me. And then later on, I was sort of curious about like management and how you manage people. And so then when I went into corporate, I saw this course for leadership, and I was like, oh, you know what? I'll give that a go. My takeaway message, chat, is that a leader is not a manager. Being a manager does not immediately make you a leader. And being a leader does not immediately make you a manager. Leader is more like having the soft skills to support other people. And manager is just a title. And I realized that I liked being a leader, but I did not like managing. So I decided that I don't really ever want to go the managing route, even though it comes with more money and stuff. I decided that life was not for me. So that course was good in that way. And I also made like some really good, I made a really good friend out of that course because we were in a bunch of tutorials and stuff together. And yeah, I catch up with her from time to time, and we do like, because you practice like mentoring and coaching someone. That's one of the things that like a leader is meant to help to do. Turns out I'm a pretty good coach, and she really enjoys talking to me, and I enjoy talking to her and finding out what's going on in her life. So I think I need my own coach or own mentor. I'll think about it. All right, I'm going to be quiet for a moment while I chop up the prawns. Let me see. I only did a few pulses. That looks okay. It might actually have been too much. My bad. But yes, I think I've reached a point where I just want to like, I don't know, contribute something to the universe. I don't know exactly what it is. Recently, well, last night. So I've been thinking, so as I said, I've been doing a lot of thinking, and I've been thinking about like, okay, what do I want to do in this, like, oh my gosh, there's this giant prawn that did not get chopped up. Lame. I'm gonna take him out and just manually chop him up. Did everyone else? Some bits are like, oh, see, there's another piece that's like not properly chopped up. Rude. Actually need to sharpen this knife. Okay, that's good enough. I'm happy with chunks. Yeah. Yeah, so I was just thinking about like, okay, where do I want to go now? I'm already pretty bad at like maintaining what I should be doing. So then I figured, you know what? I might as well just make up my own rules. I figure out like what fits for me and what I enjoy doing. And I was thinking, I think I really need to like, so originally I was thinking, oh, maybe I should write poetry. And then I was like, actually, poetry writing is really, really hard. But then I was like, okay, I think at least I can write like stories, or maybe learn how to write stories. So, and also like creating narrative, like, so moving from a space of like being a consumer of books and stories to being a creator of books and stories and creating narrative. And like, because I like formulas and I like to create processes for myself that work for me. I'm trying to like reverse engineer how other people do things and watch stuff. And then someone sent me a video about how to write short stories, and I was like, and there was this new method. No, it's not new, but there is a method of writing stories. Actually, Brandon Sanderson has like a whole series of YouTube videos, which I didn't realize because I don't really stalk him that much. Flashback from school, I used to write stories. They were Monster Hunter related. Did you enjoy it though? Did you enjoy the process? Did you enjoy the writing? And were you the pro tag? of your stories? Or did you write about like other hunters? Did you write about like, this is the thing with the writing process, right? There's just so many ways of how to do it. Maybe you could have written the next like 50 Shades of Grey Monster Hunter fanfic. If only you had kept going, you know? Or like the next like, I don't know. I can't even think. Oh, I mean, 50 Shades of Grey was the fanfic of Twilight. I don't know if I know any other fanfics that have been made into like big productions. Okay, we've got the prawns. We've got the stuff to make it fluffy. I'm just gonna dump in some pork mince. I did enjoy it. I was the main protagonist in the first story, someone else in the second, then I showed up again, and then I was the main protagonist in the next couple of stories, then I hit off writer's block. Why did you, do you still write? Or are you, so, this video, I really recommend because this is a lecture that this like lady did. It's lecture number 17. Let me see if I can find it and post it in the thing. Just in case you were like interested in you know, finding your own creative process, whatever how that may be. Brandon Sanderson short stories. Here we go. Let me dump it in the chat. Let me find my Twitch app on my phone so I can put it in chat. You want to write again, but it's difficult having to think of everything for it. So I feel like, with this video, so she goes through like how to write short stories and like the formula of the short story. And it's really worth, like, I was like, she was actually a very good speaker. And yeah, I put it in. But yeah, definitely give it a watch. Even at like 1.5 times speed as you're just sort of wrapping your head around it. It's definitely really, really interesting. I wouldn't necessarily write short stories. So more what I was thinking about doing was, I'm very passionate about like traveling and experiencing like stories in like other countries and hearing about other people's way of lives. I don't know if it's a passion. It's an interest. I just like doing it and having experiences and things. So then I was thinking, well, how do I make this? Oh, I'm putting in this like jar from like the Asian grocers that's like spicy crab paste, and this is what gives it the flavor to the meatball. And I don't know, I'm just eyeballing the amount. I'm telling you, this is just like home cooking where you just get like a vibe, okay? Which is probably not the best because, you know, we all know how sometimes some of my cooking ends up. I like vibe, but then I vibe too wrong. The funny thing is your Monster Hunter stories did involve both hunting and taming monsters. And then later on, Monster Hunters came out and it was like, they stole your idea. I mean, there is still value in creating for your own pleasure. And that is okay as well. Let me put in some eggs in. I need to use up these cartons. Which one? At the moment, I've like gone, I'm not saying crazy, but I am kind of like, when I see eggs because in the grocery, I just snap them up, because there have been days where I've gone to the supermarket and there's been no eggs. So I was thinking like, oh, You know, maybe you should have like, maybe if you could have like written for Monster Hunter. But I think the value is in like, if you enjoy it, do it, go for it. Sometimes the process of going down the journey and seeing what you get at the end is very interesting. And whether you're right, like it is very hard to think of like concepts to write about, and like, you know, what is the story going to be about, and like, but I think maybe if you like, I don't know, try watching that video when you get a chance, and checking out. You do need to get the motivation to write as well. This is true. Life can get very, very busy. I think that's kind of enough. This is why motivation is very hard. No, I completely empathize. Hello, Leo. They have all these ideas, and the more games come out, the more ideas you get, and you're just not motivated. I think because whatever you want to create, the process may be like daunting in your head. So maybe like breaking it down into like not overwhelming steps. Like maybe like the first thing is like just sketch out an outline, jot down the ideas in like a notebook and keep them somewhere. Yeah, finding the inspiration and then the motivation to do it is definitely hard. But it's also okay to, you know, not create if you don't want to, because sometimes all you can do is survive. How are you going, Leo? Are you going through your morning routine? Alright, I'm giving this a really thorough mix because in the past I didn't. I have not once. And there was like a chunk of just like unflavored pork mince. Need a little bit more sweetener. So I've added all these, like, you know, the fungus, the black wood-eared mushrooms, the white fungus and stuff, because like I'm trying to add more fiber in. You just finished your morning routine. What's up? Nothing much. Just chit-chatting, keeping chat company. Well, or chat keeping me company. Honestly, at this point, I don't know who is here for who anymore. But, you know, just chilling. I'm just talking about past stories and my new trying to create narrative endeavors, and maybe bring you along on the journey. We'll see how things go. But yeah, Ashley chat. So yeah, I'm flying tomorrow for the trip, and I'm trying really hard not to feel overwhelmed, and not to feel like, yeah, it's tomorrow, and not to feel like it's tomorrow night actually. So I still have a few things I need to do today. I need to, after stream, I need to print out more copies of like certain paperwork, just in case, like copies of visas and stuff. And there's been some updates with like some slight changes to my flight details, so I need to print out like a new one. Essentially, like there's a bunch of stuff that I have to do. But yeah, but then the other stuff I have to do is just mentally go through it. So I had a dream last night, chat. I've been like, yes, let's just say, yes, I have been anxious, apprehensive. Is another word to say that about the trip. Like, have I packed everything? Am I going to be okay? And then at some point, I'm going to have to just like let it go. But it has been dwelling in my mind. I had a dream last night that I forgot to bring charging cables. That I brought my devices, but I didn't have any cables to charge anything. And I don't know. I think I like in the dream, I bent some like IRL rules, like as in it kind of got weirdly like sci-fi, and I was like, I don't know, I don't know how I made solar panels. It's a dream. There is no logic to the dream, okay? But yeah, there was no like real life logic in this dream. It was all very like, yeah. The point is, I think it's my subconscious just being like, you're kind of worried about like leaving things or not bringing the right things. And like, you should see my, add another egg. Why? Vibes. No, I think it's, I think I want it more like fluffy. That's why I'm adding another egg. You should see my group chat with my girlfriend that I'm traveling with. I don't think she's as nervous as I am. I think I'm probably more of a stress head than she is. But she'll be like, hey, don't forget to like, so from the pharmacy now, you can buy these like hand warmers. So when you like open the package and expose it to air, it generates like heat. And she's like, yeah, don't forget to bring some of these if you're scared of the cold. Because in one of the locations we're going to, the forecast is gonna drop down to like -1 degree. I don't know what I'm like in -1 degree. Like, I don't know if I'm gonna be okay or not. And it's also like a fight with space. Like I don't wanna overpack, but at the same time, I don't wanna get there and be like, oh no, I wish I'd brought that extra like base layer because it's so freaking cold. And annoyingly, like there's also like cities where it's gonna be 30 degrees, which is really quite hot. So I'm just like, what the heck? I think it's because it's a mountainous region, chat. And so depending on like the altitude, it's meant to be going into spring. So it is meant to be getting warmer. But I think full blown spring is going to be like more late April. So I'm going this weekend, which is going to be like early April kind of thing. But yes. So I did yesterday, because I was picking up stuff like first aid, or like liquid stuff. So my GP was like, if you get bitten by a dog, make sure that you like absolutely wash out the wound. So this is like for rabies. Absolutely wash out the wound as much as you can, and then like just smother it in like antiseptic liquid. And so I bought some iodine, which is like the stuff that stains your skin like a brownie color. I mean, I'm vaccinated now for rabies. The course is kind of like ridiculous, but like I don't want rabies. I don't think anyone wants rabies, but yes. So I had to buy some of that stuff. But yeah, while I was there, I was like just kind of like checking out the mountain hiking stores in the shops, and I was like, and there was a jacket on clearance, and it was a lot better than a lot of the like fleecy warm stuff that I buy is like from budget shops. And like I wear them, like I still wear them all the time. Does rabies exist in Australia? No. Australia has actually eradicated rabies, which is why I was looking into this. If you want to bring your pets from another country into Australia, so I think there's only a few countries in the world that have managed to eradicate rabies. I think Australia and definitely Japan has eradicated rabies as well. But essentially, if you want to bring animals in, they have to undergo this really, really stringent quarantine process and testing process. And even when they come to Australia, they have to sit in quarantine for a certain period of time to make sure that they definitely don't have any rabies. And a lot of it is the screening for rabies. So yeah, Australia does not, rabies does not exist in Australia. If there's any rabies in Australia, I have seen cases when I worked in the emergency department of people going to Bali. So Australians, if you don't know, Australians, a lot of Anglo-Saxon Australians really enjoy going to Bali for their holidays because it's like quite close. The price is nice, the weather's good, essentially. There's lots of resorts there and stuff. But Bali does have rabies, and they do also have a lot of like monkeys. So I have seen cases where people have been bit by monkeys and then maybe received like the first dose of the rabies vaccine after exposure in Bali, and then has come to Australia to get like the follow-up vaccine, or they've come back, which is fine, which is good. Like I think the time in which from when you get bitten to when you should have the vaccine is a very short window. Otherwise, if you do have rabies and it gets like full blown, then like once the toxins enter your system or something, it's very hard to save you. And there's also like some immunoglobulin that they also put into you to like activate your immune system to like fight off the rabies as well as like the post-vaccination sort of therapy as well. Both post-exposure vaccination treatment is what it's called. But yeah, this is a problem. When you're a health professional and you've worked in the industry, I bet you like other people aren't even vaccinated against rabies when they go to Nepal. It's just that when you've worked in it and you've seen it, you're like, God, I don't want to deal with that. You know what? As inconvenient, as annoying as it is, I'm just gonna go get the course, be vaccinated and be done with it. Okay, so I think this is pretty much done. Oh, you know what we can do? We can test the flavor. That's probably smart, chat. That's probably something that I should always be doing. So the trick to testing it without cooking it in a whole thing is you can just grab like a little dish and grab a little nugget of the mince or whatever. Oh, this is to test the flavorings. And then you literally just chuck it in the microwave for like 30 seconds. And I'm not testing the texture, I'm just testing the flavor balance. Did I get the flavor balance right? And then it just cooks it right through, and then you can test it. So yeah, I had to pick up some stuff, and then yeah, I managed to pick up a better jacket. So I don't buy a lot of things. If I buy things, they have to sort of like fulfill a very intentional purpose or like be multi-useful. Oh, here we go. I finished microwaving. And then I flip it over. Yes, it's cooked through. I get a fork. Now, hopefully I haven't made it too salty. Not bad, not bad. No more salt because that paste thing was actually kind of salty. Actually, I think I need a bit more sugar or sweetener in this case to balance out some of that flavor. But yes, so this, I'm very excited about this jacket I bought because it was, firstly, it was on sale. Secondly, when it gets really cold, I like to sleep in jackets, okay? I don't do good when it's like really, really cold. But I don't like sleeping in hoodies because then the hoodie kind of like sits underneath my neck and kind of hurts my neck a little bit. So I like to have like, but I still want some like neck coverage. So I don't want like just a crew neck jumper. I want like something that will like zip up and cover my neck. Okay, so I've added in the sweetener and then I'm just gonna give it another mix and then we'll do another test to see if it tastes good. Oh, you know what we forgot? We forgot pepper. Hang on. I'm trying to find the pepper that I don't need to grind. There is this pepper. I'm gonna chuck in some, dump some in. This is fine pepper, but then I also want like, kind of want chunks of pepper. But here's a jar of cracked black peppercorns. There's not enough. Need more. I wish I had thought about this before I put the glove on. This is the oh, you know what? I think I can pull it off and then like slide my hand back in without like contaminating the meat glove. Eh. Oh my god. Okay. I need actually both hands to open this new container of cracked pepper. I saw, so this container has like holes in it, right? And I saw this this reel where this lady would like use a knife to like poke holes in it. And like the joke is that you can just like twist off the cap and then peel the seal off. And then suddenly you have like, then the holes just work normally. Whereas she was like, kept the cap on and was poking holes through the lid. And that's it. This is, I don't think it was a joke reel. I think she actually was like, hey, kitchen hack, you can just do this. And it's like, and all the comments were just like, what lady? What's wrong with you, lady? But yes, apparently this jacket, it was like more than half price on sale. And this jacket, I'm super excited. Apparently it has like moisture wicking. Apparently like if you sweat in it, it'll like draw the moisture out, but it'll still keep you warm. And I'm like, yeah, this is what I want. So I actually unpacked the fleece jacket I had, which was actually quite bulky and quite big. I wanted to like have less space. And then also unpacked my hoodie because I was like, oh, I don't think I need this anymore. I think this solves a lot of problems. Gosh. Keep. All right. Final mix of this. So yeah, so I think I solved that problem. But the other problem is that because it was on sale, the only color that was there was like black and this like purpley brown color, and I was like, nah, I'm not into that color. But the problem is, chat, that now all my clothes that I'm packing on this trip is black. I have like 4 black t-shirts, black pants. This new jumper is now black. Like everything is black, and I'm just like this is not intentional. This color, like black is just a really easy to wash color. Okay, you don't have to, like, stains don't really show up as much. Yeah, I don't know what else to say, chat. I swear I'm not in mourning all the time. It just makes life easier, but also like it makes me feel like I'm trying to send some kind of a message, which I swear I'm not. The message is I'm very practical. And like when I look at myself from a fashion POV, I'm like, yeah, that's not very fashion. It's very minimalistic dressing. Okay, I'm gonna test it again. Put another little chunk down and microwave it. And then this is how you can like tell if like flavors are missing or not. Like the pepper, like I completely forgot about the pepper. And then once we've perfected that, then we'll I'll make little balls, like meatballs, and then I'll freeze them. And then you can store them for like whenever you want to make this soup. And I'll leave some behind to make the soup for today. Am I essentially just meal prepping IRL? Yeah, I am. I am, chat. But I'm doing the thing. Okay, let me test this now. Yep, that's cooked through. Better. Like, the salt is a bit more balanced out now. The pepper's not strong. I probably could use a bit more pepper, honestly. I'm gonna add some more pepper, but I won't test it after this. Also, visually, I don't see a lot of pepper. when I look at it. I like using the cracked peppercorn because I like it when you like get a little like hit of pepper. Okay. And then I need to sort out the tray and silicone mat so it doesn't stick to the tray for the forming of the meatballs. This could be so tasty. Okay. Oh. Alright. I still have to wash my hands because like some of the mints didn't all stay outside the glove. Okay, I need a tray and a silicone mat. Oh, yes. And I have these trays. Actually, wait, I need to see if these trays that I have will fit in the freezer. Okay. I have this tray, which is like, I don't know, I saw it in Aldi. It's like, the whole thing is made of silicone. So I'm like, oh, cool. All right, I'm gonna use like a spoon just to scoop out like different meatballs and pop it on the tray. I've not, hopefully, I mean, it's pretty straightforward. This is just freezing meatballs. So the tray shouldn't really mess things up. But yeah, this flavor profile is so good with the prawns and the pork and the different veggies that are in here that add like a really like crunchy sort of texture. Just like eyeballing the size of the meatballs. So I would do like 2 of these meatballs for dinner if I was just making a serving for myself. So that's 1 tray. I'll put that into the freezer. It's meal prep. Okay. I have space in the freezer for another tray. So I have another tray. Or should I just use all of this to make soup? Because if I make it now, like the rest of this into soup, I can eat some for lunch tomorrow and then I don't have to cook. Yeah, let's do that. I'll make more than what I actually need to eat today. Because tomorrow will be, I'm flying at night tomorrow, but in the morning I'd like to go to the gym for a bit because like hopefully loosen up my back before the flight, because I feel like the flights will make it a lot worse. And like, I don't know, I'll have to figure out how to like stretch and stuff during the flight. Anyway, I set the bowl aside. This is all, oh, we'll need this paste later to make the soup. A lot of it really depends on this paste, if you can find it. Because I use it to like to flavor the meatballs, and then I use it to flavor the soup, and then that gives it like that Vietnamese tomato paste sort of flavor profile that you're looking for. I mean, to be honest, most of my cooking streams are because like I want to eat blasting. And don't forget, I haven't forgotten. Well, I haven't forgotten. I still want to eat Tuscan chicken. Forever denied. No, I did it myself. I added too much. I'm not gonna like. Okay, I think I would still use frozen spinach. To be honest, I'm pretty lazy. But next time, I will only use one instead of the two. I tried to put way too much spinach in there, and it didn't work. So I've learned my lesson. You live and you learn. You evolve. That's the main thing. All right. I'm going to do a little bit of a cleanup. I'm only operating out of one sink. I need to wash that chopping board because I had some prawn meat on it. I feel very peaceful today. Despite being like anxious about the trip and like whether I'm packed enough or not. But I think I'm reaching that phase where it's like, well, you can't plan for every outcome. And I'll just have to like YOLO it. I need some, actually, the other thing I need to do is like download some stuff on my iPad/phone to watch on the flights. I don't know what the entertainment system is like on the plane. I've had entertainment systems not even work on my specific seat. So I always download stuff just in case. But I'm looking for recommendations for English speaking, or I don't mind if it's like English dubbed, but English speaking shows. Because usually what I like to do is I like to like doodle, and I have like a bunch of like concept art emotes that I want to draw and finish off. So I like to listen to English or watch English shows while I doodle. And like I do normally like it when there's like movies on a plane, because it forces me to watch movies that I find it much harder to like, I'll watch like, 10 episodes of like a series, but then like for my brain to watch one movie, it's like, oh no, it's too long. The Pit. But didn't you say it was like very traumatizing to watch? What do you like about The Pit, Leo? It feels like it would give me PTSD. And remind me of like there are some days in the ED where it just wasn't a good day. And I was friends with it's stressful. No, I'm not going to watch it. Thanks for the recommendation. But like the fact that you've told me it's stressful, I'm like, no, I want to watch stuff to like relax. There were days when I worked in the ED where like it would be so stressful that I was friends with there's a clerk that orders, there's a job that is the clerk that orders supplies for the emergency department. So she keeps like, she's the storeroom clerk. Anyway, I ended up being like really good friends with her. And so like I would catch up with her every day, but like, and so we would be friends. And then there would be days where it's like just too much. It was just the mental day was just like intense, and I would need a spot to just like duck away and hide for a moment. And so the storeroom had like a code to the door, so not anyone could get in. But I knew the code, and like, sometimes I would grab stuff for the nurses or whatever. But the favorite spot for me to sit to decompress was between the urine vials and the tissue boxes. There was just this spot that like people couldn't really see you, that you could just sit for a minute and just decompress. There's a K-drama you like, extracurricular in Netflix. Does it have English dub? Let me have a look. Actually, maybe I'll start. Maybe I shouldn't start now. I might flog the internet and cause problems. Extra curricular. Oh, a model high school student who's steeped in a world of serious crime finds his double life upended when a classmate takes an interest in his secret. Okay, hang on. Audio subs. Subs English. Audio English. Okay, done. Deal. I'm just looking for. Do you have any light-hearted shows that you'd recommend? This sounds like this guy's like. I mean, I'm sure it'll be interesting. Also, I do get addicted to revenge shows. So like, you know, if you got like any revenge stories, I love a good revenge, like The Glory. Great revenge. Enjoyed the retribution in that very, very much. Bonus points if it's like revenge story from like a woman protag. Okay, finish washing this. Oh, I think we can. Oh, I need a mod. Yeah, thanks. Done. Yay, doing my job. Yeah, I mean, I was gonna need like. I'm also. I mean, I don't know how I can get access, but I've been hearing a lot of good things about Severance, but I don't have Apple TV or whatever, so I don't have access to that show. You've not seen Severance? Yeah, I haven't seen it either. I'll have to somehow get my hands on it. But the methods that I have to get my hands on it are not I can't download it onto my phone to watch on the plane that doesn't have internet. I'll have to like connect to a server. Okay, I think at this point the prep work for the meatballs is the hardest bit. I think what we're going to do now is we're going to prep the ingredients for the bibimbap, which I think will be zucchini, carrot. See how I'm making this up, chat? I'm making this up. That's some mushrooms. Oh, do you know what'd be good? This is like, we're just vibing, okay, chat? We're vibing with the flavors. So, dried shiitake mushrooms will be really good in bibimbap, I reckon. So I'm gonna quickly hydrate. See, this is the problem. It's like I don't plan in advance. Well, I do to a degree, but then I'll be like, ooh, I wanted to use these. So then that's how I develop my like 5 mushrooms. I don't know how big they get. And then I dump a bunch of water in it, and then I microwave it. And then let's see how this goes. I also am going to add these like pearl mushrooms. Essentially, I am decking out the fiber content in this. And I think there's only like a fried egg on top of bibimbap, but I think it's just like a fried egg. Oh, and then I also bought these bean sprouts. They're like really cheap. This bag was like, I don't know, 70 cents or something. But the only thing is that I do have to wash it. How can I wash it? Do I have to spin dry it? I guess I should. I have this, I think, because I'm lazy, this is my last salad spinner. Ow! I'm gonna wash it in here and then spin it in here. And look, it's annoying to wash, so I'm gonna wash all of it. I don't need all of it. I probably grabbed more than what I actually needed. But yeah, it's fine. And generally I do recommend you wash this stuff, especially when it's like not in a sealed bag. While I do that, oh, I meant to also catch up with, has anyone seen the second season of My Happy Marriage? I should, yeah. Does that have English? Yes, it has English audio as well. Awesome. I quite enjoyed the first season, but I don't know how good the second season is. So I'm gonna try and, what are those sprouts in English? Mung bean sprouts. Yeah, mung bean sprouts, because they're the small ones. And then they just let them grow for longer. I think you can also have, we call it twagi. Oh, cool. I think there's also soybean sprouts, which like the bean ends up being like a little bit thicker. I'm gonna do like a few rinses of them, and then I'm going to, what dishes are like they cooked in the Philippines? Because I know there was that soup that you were talking about, but that was more just the mung bean itself. It doesn't involve the sprouts. Oh, the question was, what recipes are togi cooked in the Philippines? Or are they just like an accompaniment, like added to a lot of other recipes? In Vietnam, these are added to like soup noodles, like pho soup noodles and stuff. They can be added to be eaten with like, whatchamacallit, the bun sao. You can add into that when you're making it. We have a recipe where the togi is the main ingredient. Ooh! Alright, I'm gonna just spin this and get rid of some of the liquid, because I want to pan fry this and I don't want it to like stew in all the liquid. This already has a lot of moisture. Some liquid. Spinning until not so much comes out. The soy lumpia, which is the fried spring rolls with togi in it. Oh, is lumpia the Filipino word for the spring rolls? Oh, found in Indonesian and Filipino cuisines. Thin paper-like or crepe-like pastry called lumpia wrapper. Togi. Popular appetizer and snack in the Philippines. Best eaten when... This actually sounds kind of good. Lumpia tong, make the filling. Oh, it uses garlic, onion, togi. Oh, dried shrimps. Oh, fish sauce. This actually sounds kind of good. What? The wrapping is a little bit different. compared to like Vietnamese spring roll wrapping. It kind of reminds me, this filling, taogi. Oh. So the W is not emphasized, it's taogi. Oh. It reminds me of this dish that I had in Singapore, but instead of frying the wrapper, it's just eaten kind of fresh. It's called Popia, P-O-P-I-A-H, Popia. Fujianese teochew style fresh spring roll filled with an assortment of fresh, dried, and cooked ingredients. Yeah. Which was like actually really good. I didn't actually get to eat it the last time I was in Singapore. Regret. But there's just too many dishes. Okay, I think I've gotten as much water as I can out of this. So we'll fry that up. Oh, we cooking. Hey, Betchy Bear. How you going? I'm having a chill day. We're cooking food I just want to eat. So I microwaved it for 40 seconds. It wasn't enough. I need to microwave my mushrooms more to rehydrate them. And then we'll fry them. Give it a good 2 minutes. Chat, I'm kind of hungry now that I ate that tasting of the meatballs. You need a nap. Ginny saying it spelled. Oh my gosh. Man. Ginny. The carrot needs to be put out of its misery. It is a bit of a wonky carrot. It's gonna contribute. It will be tribute to the bibimbap. Sauteed mung bean sprouts with carrot, bell pepper. Ooh. With shrimp. This recipe has shrimp, bean sprouts, bell pepper, and there's also stir fry and with some tofu. It looks actually looks really good too. Okay. The guild has authorized me to hunt the carrot. Thanks, Birchie Bear. Let me give it a rinse. Okay, so this carrot I will peel. And actually I noticed that the knife was a little bit blunt. So I'm gonna sharpen it for a second. That dish that you mentioned, Leo, looks like, the ingredients look like it would be really good as a drinking snack. It kind of reminds me, it gives me the same vibes as champloo. It's like this Okinawan champloo. Yeah, Okinawan stir-fried dish. It kind of reminds me of Samurai Champloo. Do you remember that anime? Yeah, now I'll wash my knife after I sharpened it. Is Samurai Champloo after food? I don't know, but when I heard champloo, which is a Okinawan stir-fried dish, I haven't double checked, but I feel like it could have been. I don't know what Samurai Champloo actually represents. Yeah, let me double check this Korean recipe. Oh, the title in the champloo in the title was derived from the Okinawan term champuru, with Watanabe comparing the blending of elements in the anime with the meaning of champuru. The food depicted in the show was originally accurate to the Edo period. Yes. Yeah. So you think it's named after champuru. I was just like, champuru is tasty. I think we just chop everything up into like little matchsticks. Today you learned, yeah. I didn't know for sure, but it's nice to be like, my gut feel was right. How are you, Betchy Bear? I assume you just woke up, so you're gonna need to do the... I'm not calling it the walk of shame, but you're about to go for a coffee. We need a name for it, for that walk, and also just the walk of caffeination, the walk to caffeination. It's not catchy enough. Oh, there's no shame. The stumble. Are you about to do the stumble? Is that an accurate representation? I'm gonna chop it into like carrot, thin carrot. Kind of like that, maybe? I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. Zombie shuffle for a double espresso and a strong latte. Hopefully, no birds will assault you on the way. Surely it's no longer the season for that. I think it's autumn now in Australia. Wake up into a cooking stream makes me want to get lunch too. It's probably a good idea. Yes. Remember, cooking streams will always make everyone hungry. For some reason, whenever I make Bim Bap, it makes me feel like a Korean mom. It feels like such a like homey dish. Just cutting this into strips and then cutting the strips into, well, cutting the slices into strips. Sorry, is a more accurate description of this. You think you'll go and buy some kalabasa soup for lunch and dinner? Kalabasa soup. Oh, look it up. Kalabasa soup. Pumpkin soup. Wow. Oh, it uses a squash called kalabasa. Oh, what does the squash look like? And it looks like you roast the squash as well. And then black pepper, garlic powder. Sounds pretty good. Hey, Valk. It's going good. You got later. Maybe they're still cooking it. Okay. It is going good. How did your doctor's appointment go? Was it all okay? I'm here to commiserate over how rough those kind of like, I wonder if it was like a, okay, when I had workers' compensation, I hated going to the doctors that was hired by the insurance company to assess me, because I just felt like they were gonna like be like, oh, gotcha, like you're not really injured at all. And I was, yeah, hopefully yours was okay. I'm projecting my own trauma onto your situation. I'm sure you're fine, or you know. But yes, it's going well. We've made the meatballs. I'm now prepping the ingredients for the Bim Bim Bap. And there's just something nice about just me and the carrot and slicing it up into little bits. see, the thing is, with this bibimbap, you can't like grate it, otherwise it becomes like too small. But so I just have to like, you know, I have to cut up these carrot sticks. So I just like make my brain enter a state of like, what would be the right word? A state of comfort, I guess, maybe. Turn it off a little bit. I went, well, yours was psychological and you're just getting really supportive. I'm really, really happy. I'm very glad for you. And from your tone, it sounds like you're having a good experience so far, or as best as you can have with whatever you're going through. That is I don't know why I'm so excited that like, I just like hearing how therapy is very useful for people, because I find it also very useful for me. Okay. I'm gonna, how should I slice this up? What's everyone's plans for today? I know Penguin's working. Very, very industrious. Just trying to think, like, should I cut it into like thirds? I don't know what people do with the zucchini. I'm gonna cut up the whole zucchini because I don't know what else to do with it. And then maybe like water it. Like that. So then you'll have like, I'll have like little strips of zucchini. Like this. Yeah, this kind of looks right. Now, actually, I think bibimbap is actually a lot of work. Oh, the soup is called Ginatang Klabasa. That's out. Oh, it's coconut milk. So the recipe saying we have coconut milk in the soup. More wilds for you. The grind never ends. What's the current goal for you, Val? With wilds? As in, because at this point, all the content is done until the next content releases. Oh, damn it. I still haven't. I was meant to watch the wild showcase and I didn't, because yesterday I spent the whole day catching up with a friend who is pregnant. Everyone my age is pregnant. Not me. And so then by the time I got home, I was like pretty tired, and then I was like, then I got caught up in like the narrative short story, thinking about what I want to do sort of thing. But it is on my list. I also need to look up the stuff that Jeannie was talking about. Instead, like, did I get distracted and also scroll for like an hour, doom scrolling? Yeah, I did. But yes, Val, what are you aiming for, like a certain outfit, or like are you just gonna unlock everything? I really enjoyed our fishing, actually. I just wish that I had better odds. Well, you've made every dual blades, greatsword, and sword and shield, and now you're thinking you want to learn switch axe. Ooh. I did see like a reel about charge blade, and I was like, it kind of does look kind of nice, but apparently it's meant to be quite hard. A little bit more zucchini left to go. The true hunters who are like, now I just need to learn all the weapons. I feel like I'm not as experienced as other people, but I enjoy hearing like everyone's journey so far. Penguin is the charge lane master, so you should seek his advice if you want to learn it. Charge mode is pretty straightforward once you get used to it. Okay. It looks kind of cool. It looks really cool just like because there's so many spins to it. But then it's like, oh, I also want to try the like boat gun and like, I don't know. They're all kind of fun. I think I have too many things going on. Pizza cutter mode so fun. Yes, that is the bit that looks really cool. The pizza cutter mode. Does it also do like tail cutting? I imagine it does. It's a sharp, like, it's a pizza cutter. Of course pizza cutters can cut tails, right? Severing weapon. Oh, awesome. I don't know if I'll make it in time, but at the moment, like, I saw videos of the Monster Hunter Cafe in Japan, the one that I've previously visited, and they currently have like a menu where they actually recreated one of the dishes from Monster Hunter Wilds, where it's like the ones that you can eat. So I think it's the bacon with the kunafa cheese with the herb on top, and I was like, I really want to eat it. It looks really good. They also recreated a dish that like they made it look like it was a monster's tail with like, I think they used like roast beef or something. Okay, I think the mushrooms are now good. Do I need the mushroom juice or anything? No, I don't think so. I'm just gonna throw it out. Sometimes you can use the water that you soak the shiitake mushrooms in to make like soups and stuff, which I don't have plans to. So I'm just gonna rinse out the mushrooms and give them a bit of a squeeze. And then I'll chop them up. But I like shiitake mushrooms because they have like a very strong flavor. All of these. But yes, have fun on your hunts, Valk. Hopefully, so it's interesting that you say you're thinking about picking up Switch Axe. Like, is there anything that's stopping you from picking it up, or are you just like, it's a passing thought? Mushrooms. Oh. Man, I'm still impressed by my rehydration technique of using the microwave because like it's rehydrated all the way through, chat. Essentially, it's me going, yeah, I'm awesome. Okay, we've got those. Do we need these mushrooms? I almost feel like we don't. I feel like it'll almost be overkill. But I can still prep them for the soup. So these mushrooms are not classically in the Bun Rieu soup, but I like them a lot more than like white button mushrooms that are normally in Cold and Safeway. They don't have that mushroom taste. Oh, not that I can detect. And you can get them in punnets like these. And then just add fiber, really. So what I'll do, I'll just chop off the ends. They grow them in like punnets, and you just chop off. And I'll give them a bit of a rinse later. Okay. Yeah. I'll give them a... I'll only rinse what I actually want later. And then the last component of bibimbap. So essentially with bibimbap, you cook all the individual components and then you chuck them all in a bowl, and then you make the sauce, and then you just mix it all up. So I've cooked the rice. The other component is the bulgogi beef, I guess. I always have some of these like lazy person beef slices that you use in hot pot. So I'm just gonna figure out how they marinate this. Korean beef and marinade. 250 grams. An apple, I don't have that. Garlic cloves, soy sauce, honey, sesame oil. Mix the marinade, then add beef. Marinate for 30 minutes to overnight. Well, you were killing farting monkey. You're really enjoying Sword and Shield at the moment, so you don't want to rush into Switch access yet. Well, you have plenty of time, Val. You've definitely, we have definitely maximized Monster Hunter for the price that we pay. Okay, I'm gonna have to figure out I think I'm going to I don't know how much 250 grams is, but I'll like make a bowl. Oh, my reflection on the knife. Thanks, Leo. So many like accidental ways. Okay, I'm just gonna defrost this. And then I'll marinate it somehow. I'll figure it out. Actually, maybe I'll add some like moisture to it before I marinate, before I defrost it. What do I need? Tablespoon of soy sauce, honey, sesame oil. I feel like I'm in my like cozy little corner of the internet where like I haven't really had any like weird things happen, and so it's just lulling me into this sense of safety, which like no one these days is like super safe, but it's like I know this is a unusual experience. Okay, add some honey. How much is a tablespoon? I'm not really measuring out any of this stuff. Honey, some sesame. I'm hoping that the moisture will help defrost these without like completely ruining it. Oh, and then some garlic. And they'll defrost it and hopefully like it'll melt into the bowl and then it'll just like mix it. I'm feeling lazy, so I'm going to use this like squeezy garlic. Empty bottle, yeah, that's a tablespoon. You're lucky I like you guys. You're allowed to sass me. Yeah. That kind of looks like 3 cloves. Put it in. Defrost. We'll see where that goes. Yeah. Oh, let's make the sauce. So we have gochujang, mirin, rice vinegar, soy sauce. I don't think I've ever made it. So I have rice vinegar, soy sauce, and this is the red sauce that goes on Bip Bim Bap. It gets stirred on it. Mirin. I do have some mirin. Yeah. And 3 teaspoons of white sugar. I'll just use sweetener. And garlic clove and sesame oil. Once again, lazy, so I'm going to use the tube of garlic. Sesame oil. Yeah. All right, let's try this. So how much gochujang? 4 tablespoons of gochujang. Okay. So this is how I usually store my gochujang with like, I take the lid off and then I put like cling wrap to stop it from drying out. Because when it dries out, it comes this weird like brown color. And it's hard to work with. I'm gonna make it into a all right, we're gonna do 4 tablespoons. 1, 2. Oh, I'm gonna follow the recipe because I've not. Sorry, it's kind of hard to like figure out how much is 4 tablespoons. Yeah, it'll do. 2 tablespoons of mirin. So much. Yeah, they said 4. Should I halve it? Maybe I should halve it. Maybe you're right. But no, you're right. I shouldn't. Maybe it's like making it for like a whole family. Whereas like, you're right. If I make too much, I won't be able to finish it before my trip. Okay, I put back 2 tablespoons. So now we're just doing half of it. And I guess I can always make more later. So, okay, so it says 2 tablespoons of mirin, but I'm only doing half of it. So I'll do 1 tablespoon of mirin. 2 tablespoons of rice vinegar, but once again, halving it. So just 1 tablespoon of rice vinegar. Okay. 1.5 teaspoons of soy sauce, so very little amount. Oh, white sugar, so I'm using sweetener. And it said 3 teaspoons. So each of these are like 2 teaspoons, so I did 4. It's fine. And 1.5 teaspoons of soy sauce. So that implies not a lot of soy sauce. So maybe I'll do like 1 teaspoon, eyeballing, a garlic clove. I squeeze out like a dollop and a little bit of sesame oil. Okay, well, I say a little bit, but the recipe actually says 2.5 teaspoons. It's actually maybe like that. and then mix. Ooh. Ooh. Trust you guys. Look, sometimes it's a hit and miss when I apply my skills to a recipe. So, shouldn't trust me. You should trust the recipe, but not my interpretation of the recipe. Oh. I'm trying to scrape it off the spoon. How's it? Let me taste a bit. Mmm. You're probably not meant to eat like the whole dollop of... I think it needs a little bit of sugar. But it tastes good. Well, I think it should taste good once you add it to the bibimbap stuff. The ingredients. All right. The sauce is done. That's it. That's what Recipe Tin Eats says. I trust them. Yeah. Maybe a little bit of mirin, more mirin, I guess. I feel like it should be like a little bit looser, as in not so thick. It should be more. Yeah, a bit better. A little bit more vinegar. Like, not heaps. Also, the other thing is like the brands that I have for like the sesame oil or the rice vinegar are not like Korean brands, so I don't know exactly. Sometimes like they come in different strengths and how strong certain ingredients are. And like there are different components. Indeed. Add a bit more mirin, then vinegar, then more gochujang, rinse and repeat until you have 1 liter of sauce. I feel so called out, but I can't deny it because that has happened to me before. Hey, Andy. Can't lie. Yeah. I think that tastes okay. Yes, we're doing Bi Bim Bap today. And Vietnamese, whatchamacallit? Vietnamese Bun Rieu, but like the remix. The lazy people version. So I think I'm gonna call it there because with the bibimbap sauce, because like Andy is absolutely right. If I keep tweaking it, I'm gonna end up with way too much sauce. Okay, I'll put that away. Oh yes, we were defrosting the beef. So it melted a little bit, which is great. And then I have the ingredients and I'm just gonna give it a stir and then defrost it some more. Yeah, this is just using like the beef, the sliced beef that's used in like, and it's not like high quality beef, it's like cheap beef. That's used in hot pot. Oh, they did add an apple, but I don't have an apple. So I think apples taste like sugar and maybe a little bit of vinegar. Like I'm thinking green apple, right? I don't know, chat. And some mirin. Well, I have already a bit of soy, a bit of sesame oil, some garlic. This is the some mirin. Sure. Why not? We added the mirin would echo the same flavor as like as the flavor in the Bip Bim Bap. Apples taste like sweet potato. I'm thinking, okay, Tiny. I'm thinking like Granny Smith apple. You know, a little bit. Look, usually I would say here, trust the process, but I'm not even sure what playbook we're playing out of anymore. All right. I'm going to, well, actually it's marinated. So I'm just gonna like put it aside and we'll cook it like last. So wait. Oh, I should prep the ingredients for the Vietnamese stuff as well. Yeah. Which will involve tomatoes, tofu, and today, chat, we're being loosey-goosey, okay? We're not, it's not going to be together anyway, so it doesn't matter. It's true. It just makes sure it gives the flavor. And then what did she say with the like? So each. Oh, okay. Oh, so when you cook each of the ingredients, they get a little bit of flavoring when you cook them separately anyway. So we'll deal with that in a second. But now, I'm just going to prep the stuff that's going to go in for the soup. This is, I found this, okay, this is my new favorite tofu product. These like tofu puffs. They just give like maximum of like that puffy texture. So this is for the Vietnamese soup stuff. And then I just chop it into like little chunks so that you get like some in a bite. That retains the structure even in hot soup. Yes. And I find that this lasts longer in the fridge. It lasts longer in the fridge than some of the like tofu puffs that are ready in squares. Because I think these ones, they're more dehydrated. I noticed that they don't go off as earlier. There's like not as much moisture in them. And because it takes me a while to get through the whole packet, this is good for me. Also, with this soup, I don't even bother taking out the tomato core. Like I'm just gonna chop them up. How many tomatoes? All the tomatoes. I've decided. I'm gonna make a big pot of soup. And then this will be like, this can be my last home cooked dish before I travel. So I'm just gonna like cut them into each tomato into 6. There's this Vietnamese pho restaurant close by that has fried dough sticks, so good as it retains its shape and absorbs all the soup. The fried dough, isn't that like the Chinese donut stick that is put into congee? Where do those fried dough sticks, what are those fried dough sticks eaten with? Yeah, but this Northern Viet place has it. What soup do you put it into? Into pho? That's weird. Well, it is a experience that I cannot relate to. It's legit. Hang on. I need to just look this up. Fried dough sticks in pho soup. Oh my god, it's in the Vietnam subreddit. Hang on, first time in Vietnam in Hanoi, I noticed every time I ate at a pho place, they had free fried dough sticks. I think they're more popular in the north and south. I only see them eaten with porridge. Also, it's a northern thing. Yeah, I'm from the south. So apparently it's common in the north. But I have traveled to the north and I don't remember seeing it. No wonder, yeah. In the south, we have it in porridge. In the congee, which is rice porridge. Oh. Okay, this bowl cannot contain all the tomatoes. Will I get a new bowl? No, I'm gonna make it work. Tetris the tomato slices. Yeah, I'm not even gonna bother to like remove the core. There we go. Okay, stay. That's done. Oh, I think I will prepare some of the mushroom for the soup as well. This is very inauthentic, I know, but we want more fiber in our diets. Yeah, like that. And I'll set that aside. I'll give these a rinse. And then I'm going to give them a bit of a chop to make sure that they're like each mushroom is the same bite as kind of like the tofu. Like in half. Yeah, this will do. Same in China with congee. Yeah. It's so comforting, but it's so high in calories. And like, because I live a very sedentary lifestyle, my body has not adapted well to the high amount of carbohydrates that my peasant ancestry used to make full use of as rice farmers. Gotta be realistic about the modern day lifestyle and then adapt accordingly. Okay, I've chopped up the tomatoes. All right, I think we're ready to cook. I think what we'll do, same here. I think we're gonna cook the Vietnamese soup first, and then, because that can just like be set aside, and then we'll cook the bibimbap last. But I think everything, all the prep is pretty much done. And how are we going for time? 2 hours, not bad. All right, chat. Oh, I need my cooktop. How are you, Andy? How are things going? All right. Oh, chat, I should show you the flower arrangements that I stole. Not stole. We were encouraged to take them home because I had too many. So the flowers that you see on the side are from there. This is like, these were the table arrangements, chat. Look, look. It's so big. So that's one of them. I took home 3. This one's even bigger. I don't know if I can even lift it. I'm gonna try. I have to show you. I don't know what to do with them all. I just have them on my dining room table. Look at it. Look. This one is like humongous. And they have these like giant chrysanthemums. I don't know if I can't even get it all on screen. I don't know if you can even see them all. Oh wait, you're seeing the back end. Hang on. Hang on. Let me flip it around. So this one was on the bridal table. And this one has like this whole cascading like section. Like, look at all the chrysanthemums and stuff. It's humongous. Yeah. I just, we were encouraged to take the flower arrangements home. So that's why, like, I took one apart. So I took 3. I took one apart and then I remade them into like these flower arrangements. There's like a ikebana. Oh, you're good. Same old Indy. Will you be going away soon to no stream next week? Yes. So today will be my last stream. And I'll be back on the 14th of April, I believe. Yep, 14th of April, which is a Monday. So it'll be Minecraft. I suspect it's going to be I will be pretty dead, but I'm still going to stream. And then I'll be died for, I think, from the time zone difference. So many flowers. Yes, good of you. Good use of it for your kitchen stream. Yeah, I know. But yeah, I have this like one that's just purely roses, white roses. They're a little bit wilted now. And then this one, which is, I don't know what this flower is, but it's very pretty. It kind of looks like a rose. I mean, I repurposed a lot of the foliage and stuff. At least I got to enjoy them for a week before I have to leave. Okay, I'm gonna move this stuff. Is it time to change the angle? Maybe it's time to change the angle, chat. We've moved on to cooking now. So we'll need this and this and this. And we'll need a pretty big pot, because I think this is gonna get like that. I'll change the angle. Stay tuned. Oh, I have to readjust everything. Hopefully that kind of works. Oh, what's the itinerary for the 2-week holiday, if you don't mind sharing? Yeah, so I'll be flying into Kathmandu. I can't remember the specifics, but I'll give you the highlights. So after Kathmandu, I think there's a few days of like sightseeing and stuff. I think the first day is pretty much like get to know the people on the group, is the vibe that I get. Okay, I'm gonna, while I talk, I'm gonna boil some water and then, but yeah, get to know the people on the group tour. Then, that's the first day. There's a bunch of like museums, temples in Kathmandu, Kathmandu is the main capital city of Nepal. And then I think there's a few days of that. Then after that is like a 5 or 6 hour bus ride to a city or location called Pokhara. So Pokhara. It's in a mountainous region. So I mean, most of Nepal is mountainous, but Pokhara is even more mountainous, and it's at the foot of the Annapurna mountain ranges. So I know of the word Annapurna from like various board games that I've played. So then after that, we then go to a national park called Chitwan, Citwan, where we then stay with like a village. It's like a community thing that the tours organize. So this, and then I think like you explore the national park via like 4-wheel drive. They organize like group sightseeing stuff. And I think it's like, you can also choose, I think there's a day where there's like free time where if you wanted to, you could do a hike. Now, the person I'm going with is very adventurous. I feel like if it was up to me and I had that day, I'd probably just rest. But I have a feeling that they probably want to maximize what they do, which is fine. I'm happy to match my energy to what they want to do. Because I think there's also like the bus ride between Pokhara and Chitwan National Park takes some time as well. So I'll probably be using those bus rides to like sleep as much as I can. And then after the Chitwan National Park, we go back to Kathmandu, where I think you have like a day or two to do some extra stuff. And then we fly to Bhutan. So you fly into the airport in Paro. And then from Paro, you drive to Thimphu. So essentially, my vague understanding of Bhutan is it's a lot of like temples, which they call, I don't know if I pronounce this right, but it's spelled D-Z-O-N-G, like Dong. I've tried to like watch a few Nepalese language videos. It's not a language that I'm familiar with because it involves an Arabic, is Arabic kind of script. But yeah, so I'm hoping that when I'm there, I'll absorb things, and I'm hoping that the tour guide will teach me things. But yes, and then on the last day of the Bhutan leg of it, there'll be a 6-hour hike up the mountain to see this like temple that's perched in the mountain ranges. And I think hopefully there's no rain. I'm a little bit worried about rain because it means that then the paths will be very slippery. They're not well paved paths. It is very much like a pilgrimage hike, where my vibe of pilgrimage hikes is more like you suffer for the pilgrimage. Like as in, the pilgrimage is the journey that you go on to like seek spiritual, I don't know, understanding, awakening. I probably wouldn't say that I'm like a highly spiritual person, but I'm going to be open to experiences. The friend that I'm going with, I want to see if like, the friend that I'm going with, she's a very funny person, and she's been having a string of like bad luck. 5 hours. No, ND. It's 6 hours. It's 6-hour hike. I think probably like 3 hours up and 3 hours back, I'll probably say. But yeah, this person I'm going with is like, has had a string of bad luck. So one of the things she wants to do, whether in Nepal, I think probably in Nepal, is she wants to get like an exorcism or like a vibe check or something. I don't know. I was like, look, I support you. I will do it with you. You know, I can probably do with the the extra good voodoo if people believe in it, and you know, if there's a chance that like I may get good vibes, then I'll do it. Okay, I'm gonna load up this. The water's finished boiling, but yeah. And then after that, because of the flights I bought, I'm not sure what other people in the tour are doing, but because the trip starts in Kathmandu and ends in Bhutan, I am going to fly back to Kathmandu and take my return flight out of there. I should be the control. As in, I should be the one that doesn't get the voodoo, just to know if there is a difference. But what if there is, ND, and then I miss out, and then I have to fly all the way back to Nepal? Nah, I'll do it because I want to sort of like, I want to try experiencing it anyway. I think it will be, if there is such a thing, and I haven't actually done research. I don't know if my girlfriend has done the research either. But if there is, I'd like to like see what it's all about. It's just like how when I was in Japan, I did an archery class, and it's like the whole archery thing is like is its own meditative practice. But then they whipped out the samurai armor and they were like, you want to put it on? And I was like, sure, I'll see what this is about. Not that that was like a spiritual aspect of it, but like I'm open to trying things out once and see if I enjoy it or not. that was quite an experience. Okay, we're gonna cheat chat for this recipe, as in we're already cheating. What we're gonna do is we're gonna put in the mushroom stock powder as the soup base. Okay, so I reckon like eyeballing this pot, maybe like 2 tablespoons. And then we're gonna make up the flavor with, as it boils, we'll add like the spicy crab paste to like flavor the soup stock. And because I have some from the other time we made stuff, this is, so Vietnamese is mắm ruốc quét, so it's extra shrimp paste for more fishiness, but you can substitute fish sauce into them instead. I'm gonna boil this. I'm also boiling more hot water just in case we need to dilute it. But for this, the first things I'm gonna pop in is, should I pop in the tomatoes? No, what do I need to boil first? Actually, I need to boil the mushrooms first because they actually need to soften up and cook. And then I'm gonna let it come to the boil. But yeah, so the new Monster Hunter Wilds content is going to drop while I'm away, so I will miss out on that, but you know, I'm doing other things. My other thoughts, so I tried to do like a little bit of narrative writing using the concepts from short story writing to like try and like, I don't know, wrap the trip around like a bit of a narrative so that like I have more of a heading of like maybe to help like guide some of my like video and stuff. Like I would like to like capture enough footage to then edit something and have a bit of a narrative. Like I find, I mean, YouTube videos where they're like, hey, we went to this location, check out XYZ things, are more informative, but I feel like I could do that. I can get that information from Google anyway. So what I want to do for my thing is I want to have a bit of a narrative. And so I tried doing that exercise about short story stuff. And I tried to write those things, but it's like, you gotta like define who the character is, which is really me, where the location is, which is, that's pretty much like pretty straightforward because it's like I'm traveling to specific places. So I'm applying short story narrative and writing concepts to my trip. And I don't know if it's gonna work. Like all the other things I've seen about like travel writing is like, oh, like, you know, talk about your experiences, which I will be, but I want like an overall arching like, oh, I'm gonna turn this, it's boiling. Yay. I want an overarching sort of like goal so that when I wrap up the narrative, can you give an example? Yeah, sure. So I did the short story thing. This is what I wrote, okay? I don't know, it needs a lot more polishing. So they were like, okay, try and put like sensory things. So I'm trying to start the story from Australia, which is, oh my God, this is kind of embarrassing. Anyway, I was going to read it. The warm days and cool nights of an Australian autumn day keeps me company as I pack and anxiously journal ahead of Saturday's flight. I'm just trying to do like current things that are happening. This is so ridiculous. I don't know why I wrote this, but I've packed the soft moisture wicking jacket into the day pack. This allows more room than the tired looking fleece zip up did. I hope that this combination will provide enough warmth. I don't know why I'm prattling on about this. You know what? I don't want to read the rest. It's kind of embarrassing. But the whole point of the story is like, no, it's not the story. The exercise is about like trying to create cycles of, what's it called? They called them like trial and something. So it's like conflicts. Oh, try and fail cycles. So I'm like, oh, try, fail. Yeah, exactly. So then, but then it just became like word vomit. The rest of the writing just became word vomit. And then I was like, no, this is not good enough. So you know what? I need to pick like a different try fail conflict thing. Yeah. I think the theme is, can I survive? Will I be able to overcome the challenges? I guess I have to establish what those challenges are, which is, this trip is definitely outside of my comfort zone. I'll be meeting new people. I'm very much an introvert. And then I'll have to like travel with these people for 2 weeks. There is some point where I cannot prepare for every outcome that will happen. And at some point, I'm just gonna have to depend on my own abilities, I guess. See, the thing I'm also realizing about this process is that I'm not a very good script writer. Oh, that's pretty good. Okay, I think that's ready for the next. So I think we put in the tomatoes and the tomatoes and tofu that's in this bowl. But yes, I realized that I'm not a very good script writer. So I think I will just be like, I do better live streaming. Because I think I'm better at telling an oral story, like a verbal story, than I am at writing a story. Because I think when I write a story, I overthink it. And then, you know, and then finding the right words and then trying on different words, and then the words just don't feel right for some, like, one reason or another reason. So I think that until I get good at writing a script, just narrate it like how you do your stream is good, I think. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to try and do. So I definitely want to improve with writing, but I'm realistic that it's going to take a lot of practice and a lot of time. And that's okay. So I'm going to lean into my strengths, and I'm better at narration. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to add some crab paste. Yes, I'm going to add some crab paste to this. But I'm sure if I take enough footage, I'll be able to piece together something in post-production. the age-old saying of like, oh, we'll fix it in post. I know it's better to try and like have things better done in like pre, but you know, I'm still learning. It's still a process. Okay, how is this tasting? Oh, quite good. Okay, gonna let that boil. I've added some of the crab paste, spicy crab paste in. I'm gonna swap this over. We're gonna let it boil. Once it boils, so in here we have mushroom stock powder, which is the cheap way of making stock. Some of this like spicy crab paste to give it like the Vietnamese soup vibes. And then I've got tomatoes and tofu, which is going to be boiling. Once it comes to a boil, I'm going to drop in the pork prawn, wood ear mushroom, white fungus, lily bulb with egg balls. Let them cook. See, because that's going to impart flavor into the soup as well. And then I'll see and I'll test the soup at the end of it, see what the flavor is like, and then adjust more with either like the salty shrimp paste or more of the spicy crab paste, depending on how the flavor goes. Oh, and some sugar just to balance out the salts. Ashley, No, I'll wait till the end. You're right. And then once that is done, then once it's cooked, then I'll transfer it onto the stove just to sit while then we make the bip bim bap over here. So yeah, I don't, so like I can't even write a short story, let alone, or I can't yet. But yeah, the try fail cycle stuff is really, really interesting of like, even just knowing the concept and then reading, while you're reading books, sort of like recognizing the use of it. Hey, Penguin, you're home from work. Welcome home and welcome back. Good job on making it home safely. Is it food time for you now? And what are you gonna make? I assume some sort of chili. Oh, that's tasting pretty good. Okay, I'm gonna lower the heat. And I'm gonna drop in these meatballs. And then when I drop them in, I'm gonna keep the boil at a low. I don't want the meatballs to fall apart. I want them to cook as meatballs. So I have 3, 4, 5, 6. Noodles with chili and whatever else you can find. Sounds good. You don't have many vegetables left. Well, that's also why I keep fiber powder on hand, just in case for those days where it's like, quite lean on veggies today. I need to find a spot for another. All right, one more meatball. Oh, there's a hole here. As in, there is a gap in the soup. All right. And then essentially I'm poaching the meatballs, I guess, so that they stay kind of together. So then can't have the flame on too hot. Otherwise it will break apart. Because these are like soft meatballs. Okay. And then I'm just letting it kind of boil gently away and let the hot water, I need to not touch it. I'll just drink my coffee while I wait. I actually have a thought. I'm going to look up, what is spiritualism? I'm very like, spiritual meaning. Relating to or affecting the human spirit or soul as opposed to material or physical things. Relating to religion or religious belief. Okay. I don't know if I can ever say that I've ever had like a spiritual moment. Buddhist, spiritual. A Buddhist context, a spiritual moment can be profound, transformative experience that reveals a deeper understanding of oneself and the world, often characterized by heightened sensitivity and a sense of connection. Well, I'll let you know if I feel that. Were you ever religious or had exposure when you were young? I was brought up Buddhist, but it was more, when I say brought up Buddhist, it was more that like you are taught the traditions of it. Like, you know, on certain days of the year, you eat vegetarian. On other certain days of the year, you go visit the temple. Like, weirdly, my extended family that estranged me are meant to be very religious, or not like as in. So one of the fights that happened at the wedding that I went to, was because the bride's family was Catholic. My uncle, who is very Buddhist, but like he takes it, it's like he's kind of like too Buddhist. I always thought, this is my perception and experience, is that most Buddhists are meant to be pretty chill. But at the wedding, he was like, if you ever get to his daughters, if you ever get married to a Catholic person, I'm not coming to your wedding. I'm not coming to another Catholic wedding ceremony. I'm like, dude, I think you're missing the point of the wedding, which is it's not about you. It's not about what you care or want. It's about the people. The acts rather than the true meaning. Yeah. Yep. That's pretty much it. But like, and so I don't know, I was like taken to temple by my grandma at certain points and things like that. And like, I know the traditions of what you should do. Just like, because I went to a Catholic primary school, I was like, we had to go to mass like once a week. And I know like, unfortunately some people just can't accept certain things. Yeah. And I was just like, dude, like, I thought Buddhists are meant to be chill. Why are you so angry about this? And he was having like and it was very inappropriate for him as well. Like, I don't know, do people become more inappropriate as they get older? I don't know, but, or maybe I've been estranged from them since I was like in my early 20s. I don't know if they were always that way and like my younger self never really saw it. But also to have that argument after the ceremony still at someone's wedding, while you're drinking and eating their food, kind of like, yeah, kind of feels kind of disrespectful to the whole point of what the day is meant to be. Ooh. So far it's tasting pretty good. Oh, and to add more protein to this monstrosity of a soup, well, actually, I'm going to adjust it with a bit of sugar because it is tasting pretty good. I think I want to add a little bit of the shrimp paste. So I can't say that I've ever had like a spiritual moment in any religion. Like, I've been exposed to Catholic, and like as a kid, when you're exposed to Catholic, I don't know about you guys, but like, I feel like I didn't really understand what it was about, and I knew the story. So like, yeah, I went to Catholic school, so like I was taught a lot of Catholic stories. Like, I partook in the events, things like that. There are some people that who weren't Catholic that went to my school that then ended up getting baptized because I wanted to join the faith. But I never really had a spiritual moment, so I don't know whether it's me. But often, a lot of times, like, you know, there's a lot of like kneeling, standing, collapsing, claps, C-L-A-S-P, clasping your hands, which I noticed in like, actually in both religions had that. Claps. Bit of a hypocrite, yeah. That's your noodles. Yeah, you can totally add a leek to your noodles. Yeah. Hey Jen, claps. So there's no clapping in, well, no, not part of like the thing. But I never really had a spiritual moment, and if anything, I probably had a lot of disassociation in the Catholic ceremonies because I was just like, I don't know what he's saying. I'm a kid. I'm bored. So I would like count the lights on the ceiling or like stare at the carpet when you're kneeling. It was a lot of like the teacher. Oh crap, I should taste this before I go ahead and add more shrimp paste. It was a lot of like the teacher being like to the kids, like, kneel up straight, stop sitting down, that kind of stuff. Oh, I think that's enough. Oh no, I already took some out of the jar. Could I put some back in? I'll just put this amount in. I think it's fine. I hopefully shouldn't have it stuffed up. So yeah, so and like my experiences with like Buddhism is like, oh, actually kind of a bit of disassociation as well, because you have to go to these prayer sessions, and there's like prayer sessions for like every sort of like significant like life event, like funerals, certain like Buddha's birthday, someone's wedding. And these prayer events involve like, I think they're techniques to meditate. So this is where like it kind of gets a bit spiritual, because like as I was learning recently, because I'm like, oh, I'm going to really very Buddhist countries. Like Bhutan is meant to be the last Buddhist kingdom. They have a king and they're like meant to be, oh, see, look, this is how the meatballs form, chat. See? That's what simmering it at low temperature in soup does to it. Yeah, so I was like, oh, I should research more into Buddhism, which I never really have. Oh, damn, that's really good. Okay. I'm going to add now, I'm going to do the egg drop method. So, like I said, this is a remix of a Vietnamese soup, okay, guys? I'm going to add 2 eggs for this amount of soup. And I'm going to use the egg drop method. And you can do this with like a bunch of other soups with eggs. But essentially, I'm just going to use like this bowl that I had the ladle sitting in. Oh, you just crack eggs into a bowl. And this is how you can like bump up the amount of protein. Hopefully, like, I don't know. Hopefully me talking about religion doesn't turn people off, because I'm more approaching it from like an inquisitive POV, because I really don't know. I have no idea. And I respect everyone's decision to believe whatever you want to believe, provided it doesn't harm anyone else or hurt anyone else. As long as it doesn't like end up in action that hurts other people. Okay, I'm going to do the dropping method. So I just do, so the heat is off because I don't want like, and I just do like a little dollop into the soup here and there. And then you'll get like these little threads. And it just looks really nice. Yeah, you're talking about it generally rather than one particular one. Yeah, I'm not forcing it down anyone's throat. And in the day, it's like my experiences of growing up in like 2 different experiences to different religions. Yeah, I'm gonna then do like a bit of a stir so I get more surface area. And so then you end up getting these little like threads of egg. Yeah, so Buddhists have like Buddhism recites a lot of these like mantras. And this is where Buddhism can go into like weird worshipping of deities who are, now I found out, are meant to like help you reach enlightenment if you pray to them. But then I'm like, oh, but then that becomes like really, that becomes the cosmology. I think the word is cosmology of Buddhism. That is, it enters like a different realm. Yes, Ellie wasn't what Buddha wanted. Yeah. And I'm learning that there's like 2 different branches to Buddhism. One that heavily sort of leans into this like cosmology belief that like these deities can help you with it. And then often you'll see a lot of those deities being depicted in like, oh, have you ever seen like Journey to the West, which is, what's the recent game with the Monkey King that China published, like a Chinese game developer published? I forgot what it's called. Oh, Wukong. So Wukong is based on this story that is about, and I guess like all stories written in those, like in a long time period, was to, for the common person who maybe didn't have, well, probably was not educated, and they needed sort of stories to sort of like help them understand the morals and lessons of different things. So Journey to the West is one such story where it's about this monk who's journeying to the West, and he has under his control this Monkey King who did bad things and he was punished for it. And then as part of his penance, he had to protect this monk as he would journey to the west. And so the English translation is Journey to the West. And I think for the longest time, there's been many, many TV shows, movies, etc., media made about it because it's existed for so long. And then recently, the game Wukong brought it into current understanding or current pop culture, I guess. Oh, this is the soup now. Yeah, that's good. All right, I'm just gonna give it one last boil, just make sure everything is cooked properly. And then I'll, actually, you know what? No, I'm gonna turn it off because we'll heat it up again later when we want to eat it. Because now we're gonna move to Bip Bim Bap. But yes, so that's kind of what I'm like. And what Jen is mentioning when they say sadly it wasn't what Buddha wanted was one of the branches of Buddhism does not worship the deities and is more about that you yourself have to reach enlightenment by following the precepts or the lessons that Buddha has left behind. And the other thing is, like, some people actually worship Buddha as a deity when some, like the one branch of it is like, yeah, Buddha's just a guy who achieved enlightenment and you should be like him, but he's no longer around. He's escaped the cycle of birth, death, and rebirth is one of the beliefs. Anyway, yeah, I think Tibetan Buddhism, like the Dalai Lama is like, they believe that like the Dalai Lama is like the rebirth of, like, he is one of the deities, I think. And that's why they worship him. And he's also head of the Tibetan branch of Buddhism. Yeah. Cool. Bip Bim Bap time. I think for me, my attitude to it all is like, it's another story. And then I guess also like the curious aspect of like, do these stories help me or do they do any service to me? And I don't know. Like I will never begrudge my upbringing because it's like, it's given me a lot of exposure to an area of life that maybe other people have not. And it's formed for me like a view of the world that, I mean, and also being who I am, I'm just more like curious about different things and how they came to be the way they came. And maybe I will never really be a person that experiences a spiritual moment. But I mean, like, I'm not against it. I was just like, I don't know what frame of mind you're gonna have to be in to like, to have that kind of moment. Anyway, I'll report back and let you know. But like, if I don't have a spiritual moment in like, or I guess like there's always Tibet, but I'm like, I don't really know where else. I guess maybe like the Amazon, you know, there's that like Chawa, whatchamacallit, experience that some people have. Next minute, your trip to get sent, you live in the temple. Potentially, I don't know. Whoa, he's overheating way too much. I probably can appreciate, and which is why I like seeing how people view the world, because I like seeing the lens of the world through other people's eyes, just to see like from their POV. I don't know if I could be a monk. Actually, fun fact, my grandmother and my uncle are both monks in temples, but unfortunately they're on the side of the family that estranged me, so I don't really have a lot of contact with them. But the thing is, like, when I have met them, I don't particularly get a feeling of like, oh, they're like enlightened or there's like something special about them. Like, yeah. There is an experience, but I think in Thailand, but I think it's only open to men, where for a period of their life, they shave their heads and like be a monk for a period. I think maybe like a year or something like that. And I think some people have said they've really like felt a spiritual feeling of feeling like connected and bigger than oneself. So, but that is only limited to men. So, that probably won't be open to me. But I don't even know if I would be bothered to do that. I think the thing is, like, I don't feel like I'm lacking in spiritualism. As in, I don't feel like there's a giant gaping hole in my being where I need that to be plugged up. Most of the time I feel pretty stable. And I feel like I'm not seeking for like delirious happiness, but neither am I like in the pits of despair. So I'm just sort of like, at the moment, in a good balance and enjoying life. And I don't think I can, for me, I don't really have the question of like, is there more than this? Because I would like to leave a lasting, like, not a legacy, but like some kind of impression on the world before I, am no more and become dust. But we'll see. Okay. I'm gonna cook the carrot first. So essentially, bib and bap, you just cook all the ingredients separately, and then you combine them with the rice, with the sauce, and then you mix them up. And the way that I like to eat this like concept of mixed up food is wrapped in seaweed. So we'll do a mukbang after. But yeah, the other thing is like, hey, I've been doing a lot of thinking leading to this trip, but this stuff is not natural to me. I'm very like, la 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 la, go into the experience. It's amazing how I go from deep topics to, okay, time to chop carrots. I'm gonna take that as a compliment, ND. Yeah, well, I like to think that the chopping of the carrots grounds me in the present. It's like, yeah, okay, the brain is like out there doing crazy stuff and like, what it is to be, but at the same time, the body is still here and needs to be nourished with cooking. But like, I do feel the contrast, and I do think it's very funny as well. But I think that's also why I enjoy things like sci-fi, and like, man, authors are amazing. Like the people that wrote, have you guys watched, so okay, one of the ones that I always go on about is Sense8, and the use of sci-fi to explore like what it is to be a concept and complicated concept, like, what is gender, why can someone just not be a person? Like, why does there have to be defined? Why do they have to be labeled? Why do they have to belong to like a group or a community? Like, why? Yeah. Sorry, let me remove this. I also really enjoy The Expanse. I think the world in Expanse is like really interesting, and the concept of like what makes someone other than you. So in The Expanse, there's like Earth, and then there is people on Mars, and then the people who live in the belt. And the concept of like, just because people have wronged you doesn't make it okay for you to seek retribution. There's instances where that happens, that kind of thing. Anyway, carrot. Oh, then we need to cook the zucchini. So I'm going to put this back on. I very much enjoyed The Expanse. Also, like, I didn't know this, but I found out that Brandon Sanderson is is a practicing Mormon. And I don't know much about the Mormon faith, but I mean, there are some sort of religious themes in some of his work and things. I would probably call his work sci-fi. Yes, fantasy, sci-fi, but like, it's a weird. It's not weird. It's not a classic like just medieval fantasy, and it's not a classic like. His works always like exist in this like, realm of like a new world, I guess is how I would say it. I need to like, I don't want to overcook this zucchini and make it too soft. Alright, this is probably enough. And I'm gonna take it out. Okay. What else do I need to cook? Oh, I also need to cook this bean sprouts. Oh, the bean sprouts you don't stir fry. You microwave in water for 3 minutes until floppy. Drain under cold water, squeeze out. Okay. Then the only last thing I need to cook is the shiitake mushrooms. Oh, and the meat. Ha. Chat. Almost forgot. So there's the meat. Let's do, okay, so yeah, okay. So what I might do is, do you know what I'll do? I'll cook the beef first, then take out the beef, then use the juices of the beef to cook the shiitake mushroom. Yeah. I'm gonna be super lazy. Okay. Do I need a bit more oil? Maybe. Yes. So yeah, I don't know, like, with this whole like trip of like, you know, how do you experience spiritualism? I don't know if there's like a prescriptive thing that you do to experience it. Not that I really know. Like, unfortunately, I have a feeling that like I'm gonna visit the temple and then I'm gonna be like, yeah, this is already something that I have experience with. Yeah. I think like if I was ever going to experience it, it would be through like maybe like a university, or not a university, like an educational thing. I think I probably need to understand what is the problem that spiritualism is trying to solve, and then how do other people like experience it, or how do people who say that they've found the spiritual aspect experience it? I have a feeling that that's probably the pathway. But yeah, there will just be some things that like I will know. Usually it comes when there is a need. If you don't have a need, you don't think you'll experience it. Yeah, I have a feeling that's the case as well. And it sounds like often it's like, oh, you know, someone has experienced loss or grief or something like that. And then they've found a spiritualism that works for them. So I guess I'm just like belonging, forgiveness, another path. Yeah. Interestingly, another thing that I don't think I will ever experience or know intimately is I have a friend who is currently grappling with their identity, their gender identity, and I think then the root of it even comes down to like who are they as a person, because they thought they were, so they're born male, and they believed up till like this week that they were female, and so they were going through the process, and they recently started hormone replacement therapy. And like I'm only talking about this from a friend supporting another friend. I have not done any research or worked in any of these areas, so I can't say with any authority, just as a concerned friend talking to another friend who is struggling. But I can't imagine what they're going through and how hard it must be to not be able to definitively say this is who I am, or this is my identity. But yeah, that's another area that is a struggle for them. Okay. That beef is good. Okay, I'm going to pop it into a different bowl. It's kind of actually really good. See, chat, the fake apple made up of vinegar and what else do we add in there? Vinegar, sugar, and mirin turned out okay. We did all right. I've learned nothing. As I said, this is just home cooking. So the only thing I actually bought, the carrots I had left over from when we did, what's that other recipe? Oh, the Vietnamese one. I used those carrots and I bought a bag and I've just used them. And then now I'm just using like those carrots to make this. The thing I bought was the zucchini and the bean sprouts because I was like, yeah, I want to see what it's like. Okay, so there's a bit of oil in the pan left over from the beef. And I can't be bothered cleaning it. I'm just going to cook the mushrooms in it. But I think there's more oil than what is necessary. So I'm going to actually wash a few more of the white mushrooms and add it in and cook it with the shiitake. Give it a rinse. I'm just going to throw these mushrooms in and add the shiitake. And then they say in the recipe, add soy, sugar, garlic to these mushrooms. Because I think they want the mushroom, like the beef, to have like the flavor in it already, is my understanding. Add more mushrooms. You know what? I should just add all of them. Because like at this point, what am I going to do with this like tiny leftover bit of mushroom? I'll just wash them. And you know what? Mushrooms shrink anyway. And I think when I cook this, what I might do is I might, there is a technique to cooking mushrooms so that they don't burn, but then they reduce down properly. So mushrooms have a very high content of water. And what you can do is you can add some water to the pan to enhance the flavor of the mushroom. Actually, there's a few different techniques to cook mushrooms. But because this pan is going to be very hot, I think sometimes, chat, my brain is so simple that I'm like, is this thing fun? Yes. And then I'm like, will I do it? Yeah. That's it. No, I mean, we're all complex human beings made up of like many emotions and thoughts and things. No need to overthink things. Yeah. I definitely feel that when I play Monster Hunter, I'm like, It's a monster. It has a tail. Can I chop the tail? Yes, no. And then it has a head. Overthinking where that carrot went. The carrot went here. But yeah, I'm not having any sort of like metaphysical crisis or anything like that. I'm just like, we'll see where things lead. But yeah, it'd be pretty funny if I come back and I'm like, chat, I'm not a Buddhist, now I'm a monk. Or the next stream, instead of being back in Australia, I'm like live streaming from the mountains in Nepal. Be like, yeah. There's a new bold avatar. We know what happened. I was like, yeah, you know how I was like, wasn't sure if I'd find enlightenment? Well, spoilers, I found enlightenment. Okay, I'm gonna add some flavoring for the shiitake. 1.5 teaspoons of soy. I think it is a dash of soy. That is what that means. 1/4 teaspoon of sugar. Well, I don't have, I'm going to use, well, this is going to be equivalent of 2 teaspoons. Whatever, it's going to be fine. Oh, and garlic. And adding water stops all this flavoring from burning, especially with mushrooms. Expecting you to tear down the medieval themed Minecraft areas and replace them with mountainous monk architecture. Chat. A lot of red wall. You know, so okay, I'm actually okay. I feel attacked. I saw this reel that was like, oh, as you get older, as millennials, you start talking about architecture, and I was like, God damn it, it's me. I feel attacked. Anyway, I do like architecture. But so the temples in, I have to say, the temples in Bhutan are actually very unique to Bhutan. I think maybe there's like some similarities in some areas of like northern China, but they're like these kind of like round things. The temples, the buildings, they're kind of like, okay, how I describe them is like the base of it is kind of square and then the top of it is round. And it's like, how'd you come up with that? Maybe a bit more soy. Yeah, not too much. Any extra maybe. Me and the boys just talking about bridges with a couple of cold ones. I do like bridges as well, especially when there is okay, I wouldn't say it's spiritualism, but I really, so when I went to New York during my 2023 trip, I walked across Brooklyn Bridge, and I'm not saying it was a spiritual moment, but I was like, I felt the vibes. Like I felt the historical vibes because I had these little plaques explaining like how it was built, you know, who worked on it, how it changed over time, how they dredged, like how they built the foundations and stuff. And I was like, and also people died back in the day while building the bridge, the Brooklyn Bridge. But when walking across it, it was like, man, this thing is like still standing after all this time. I'm kind of curious, like, what it'd be like going to London and the UK. Like, is it a similar feeling? Is it a similar vibe? Do you also are like, wow. This needs more water. This mushroom is not yet cooked enough. I'm adding water to slow down the cooking process so that it doesn't burn, so that it spends more time cooking as opposed to burning. Oh, while I do that, I'm also going to multitask and put some bean sprouts into a container with some water and do the suggested microwave for 3 minutes process. And then we can construct our bibimbap. Oh my gosh. Are we doing good for time? 3 hours. I think we are doing good for time, chat. So I know I've had the question of like, how do you just keep talking to the void constantly? Chat, do you realize that how many random topics we cover that my streams, apart from like, we're going to cook a thing and the thing is like the narrative, essentially I try to construct like, I mean, I don't know how successfully I do it, but like, you know, there's a thing that I try and do. For a while, oh my gosh, my brain got to take a break when we were doing Wilds because I was like, oh, thank God, there's a storyline. I can just play the game and then just enjoy it and I don't have to like create anything. But then when the main story content ran out, I was like, well, shit. Now I gotta like come up with a concept. But yes, I don't know. I actually, no, do you know what I do, chat, to talk for hours at a time? Is I literally just turn off any filter that I have between my brain and my mouth. So usually, IRL, I will probably be thinking these things. Also internally, I'm also like, sometimes I can be quite sassy, but externally, out of like, not wanting to like hurt anyone's feelings or anything like that, I'll put a filter between the brain and the mouth. Essentially, impulse inhibition, yeah. No, impulse suppression. I don't know. I rein back my impulses. I don't say the thing. But when I stream, I turn off that filter. This flavor is good, but it's not punchy enough. This mushroom. I just had a piece. It's a missing something, chat. I think it's missing more soy sauce. Am I going to make a mistake? Maybe. We'll see. Salt. No, the soy sauce is the salt. Oh, yeah, okay. You're saying more salt. I mean, more soy sauce. All right, I agree. By the way, chat, if I ever talk about a topic that is like not necessarily appropriate, the problem is that like, because I told you, working in public hospital has sometimes broken what is like normal, my normal radar, that sometimes I'm just, and like, yeah, I've dealt with like, I've worked in like really dark areas like palliative care and like really terrible things happening to people, right? That I sometimes like, and I've normalized my reaction to things. Like literally when people whip out in the emergency department, whip out their like balls for me to look at, I'm just like, oh, okay. Yeah, there's like, it looks really swollen and inflamed. So that essentially has become my normal reaction to a lot of things. Lots of streams have no politics, religion, discussion rules. It's good. So like, I would like, if I overstep any lines or boundaries, for people to let me know respectfully, and then I will consider, and also like, why? Like, you know, am I not being respectful about a particular topic? I don't know. Have you seen the study of subjective evaluation on testicle size and attractiveness? No, I have not. I have seen though, okay, so we're not talking about testicles anymore, but we're talking now about, I have seen the art exhibit in Mona in Tasmania of labia things. So like, frankly, we don't need more. The only way to survive those interactions would be like, nah, this guy's a 7, he's not getting anything. No, like so essentially, there is a condition called testicular torsion, where and also, there's also another condition. Like, these are all legitimate conditions that like, like the patients want to show me. And I'm like, yeah, you should probably get like, yeah, like it's a good thing you came to the emergency department because that don't look right. There's another one called epididymitis, which is epididymi is the epididymis, which is the tube that connects the, oh my gosh, it passes through the prostate, goes from the vesicle glands, I would say. My gosh, my anatomy of the male penis is like really really scuffed. It's been a while. But yeah, and then I think orchitis is like swelling of the lining potentially. I don't know, you'll have to fact check me because it's been a while since I've like treated in that area. It's okay, please expand this one. I'll find it if I drop it in the Discord. Religion to carrots to penis condition. That's the thing. They're like, I just turn off the filter, and my brain is filled of like medical things, pharmacy things, medical conditions, random facts. Potentially, I could flip to like the water conservation in Singapore. That's also a really fun topic. I'm not even kidding. It's actually a really fun topic. Why is this still not like strongly flavored? Should I just leave it? I feel like if I miss, and I'm gonna dump like gochujang, like the bibimbap sauce on top anyway. I should leave it. I should not. I might end up making it way too salty. I should stop while I'm ahead. You're right, chat. You're right. I should stop while I'm ahead. Said nobody in chat. It was a pretty bent carrot. Which is also why I have no filter when people tell me about their like potentially taboo topics. I often respond to more like, oh really? Tell me more. There was like a comedy show that I went to where in the audience there was like a throuple. Essentially like the comedian was doing like a bit of like, you know, crowd work. And I think if anything, he was, oh, I put it in the wrong sauce. Whoops. He was more surprised. But I was like, man, I'd be so curious to find out. Like, as in, I'm not saying I want to experience it. I'm saying I would be curious to talk to them and find out like, how did it come about? What's the story? You know, how do you navigate like complicated relationship discussions? You know, is there a living together situation? Yeah. I feel like another content creator that like I find really, really interesting is like Anthony. Is his name Anthony Kalia? The guy from like is it Smosh? He ended up going separately, and like he did like for a while his own channel where he spent a day with blah 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 and did interviews. Like I feel like that would be a really interesting job, especially if you had a team to help you do research. Okay, I'm squeezing out the bean sprouts. As in, I've cooled them down, and I'm now just squeezing out any extra fluid, moisture, water content. I also think I found a streaming girl crush. That I just like the Instagram algorithm sent me this like streamer who looks so interesting. Her name is Atara. A-T-A-R-A, Atara, like a terabyte, like but Tara, Atara. Anyway, she's a STEM girly, and she does like engineering videos, or like she builds like circuit boards and Arduino boards and stuff. I wish I was like that cool, but I'm not. My brain is instead like random penis facts and conditions. Well, okay, I mean, saying penis is actually incorrect. It is actually male reproductive organ condition is the more correct term. But you know, no one really cares except for me of how I refer to it. They're just like, oh no, my pee-wee. Okay, I think we are done with cooking. We're gonna start arranging now, chat. Oh my god. Are we on time? I think we're on time. Yeah, it sort of splashed a bit of the sauce stuff every which way. Okay. All right. We have Bi Bim Bap. So we got mushrooms, we got the beef, with the carrots, the zucchini, the bean sprouts, the Bi Bim Bap sauce. So we're gonna make up a bowl. Oh, I should find the earthenware bowl again. And then I'm going to measure out a portion of rice. So these two dishes do not go together, but as in, it's a Vietnamese soup and a Korean rice dish. So I'm gonna do, okay, I'm gonna lay down like, I think artistically. Oh, chat, so bad at posting content. Hang on, before I should do like a photo of all the different like sauces and stuff. Soup and rice always goes together, but not necessarily like Korean soup with Bi Bim Bap makes sense, but not so much like a Vietnamese tomato-based soup with with a Korean thing. All right, I took some like concept photos, whatever. All right, I have my rice, and then I'm gonna do normally they do it in like a wheel pattern. Some carrots and some zucchini and some bean sprouts. Oh my god. Wow, this actually looks professional, chat. Surprised at my own skills. Some mushrooms and 2 types of mushrooms as well. And then a bit of the beef. Not a lot, because they never give you a lot in Korean restaurants anyway. I think a little bit more carrots is warranted. Oh my god. Oh, chat, no! I shouldn't have put the beef next to the mushrooms because it doesn't make the beef stand out. Hang on. I'll put the bean sprouts in between the mushroom and the beef because color wheel wise, the mushroom and the beef are both brown and they should be separated. Okay, saved it. We saved it, chat. Whoa, look at that. You know what we need? We need like something to go on top. Like sesame seeds. But like, do I have sesame seeds? Oh, I know, furikake. Because like there's always, oh no, seaweed, chopped up seaweed. Yeah, chat. All right, that was pretty good. Why, thank you, Birchie Bear. It doesn't, you know what? I feel like I'm still scarred from the Tuscan chicken. Not scarred. I wouldn't say that's being really dramatic. I wouldn't say scarred, but you know, the Tuscan chicken humbled me is the word I would use. In that I'm now humbled that my hubris has been checked since that dish. And that not everything I make will turn out good. Okay, I'm gonna put some seaweed on top. So I'm gonna cut it in a way that I'm gonna eat it, and then I'll take one piece and use that. Oh, penguin! This is how you can use the seaweed that you finally found after purchasing it and went to all the trouble. So like I just cut it into like strips like this, And then I'll show you in a second how to eat it. But first, I'm going to use one of these pieces. Yeah. Well, I'm going to use one of these pieces of seaweed to decorate this bibimbap. And I'm just going to cut it. Little slivers. Oh, look at us. Look at us, chat. I'm cosplaying as like a... I'm playing pretend like as if I'm a professional Korean home cook. Whoa! Look at it! You're back with kalabasa soup. Well, Leo, we just put together our bibimbap. Oh, I need to like do the photo in sunlight thing. Oh my God, chat. Holy moly. Han, I need to do like a dollop of sauce on the side. Wait. Han. I'll do it like here. Oh! I'm kind of impressed with us. The thing with Korean food is it actually looks really attractive. Look at that. And then we'll mix it. And then I'll show you how to eat it. Right? Like you got the beef, the carrot, the zucchini, like all the different colors. And like, for someone that like, you know, and it's all like kind of separate, and then we're going to mush it up. And then we'll put a dollop of the gochujang sauce just for attractiveness. And then we'll see how the flavor goes. Oh my gosh. I took a whole bunch of different photos. Hopefully one of them will turn out okay. Okay. I'm going to mix it now, chat. Mix into. This bowl's a little bit shallow. Could probably be like a bit more deeper to make it easier. But yeah, you pretty much just mix the gochujang mixed, well, the bibimbap sauce. I should call it bibimbap sauce because like once you mix it, it no longer is gochujang. Add a little bit more. Whoa. I reckon though, you could probably prep all these separate ingredients beforehand and then on a weeknight, make the rice and just smush it together. Because the sauce you could definitely prepare beforehand. Oh, chat, I didn't put a fried egg. You know what? We don't need it. It's fine. We have enough ingredients. But you're right. I did not put the fried egg. And that is part of the bibimbap experience. But it's fine. We have egg and other things. Oh, I should take a photo of it like as it is now. Isn't bibimbap based upon leftover ingredients that you mush together? It's like Korean version of fried rice. Yeah, and there's also kimchi fried rice is like, hey, you got nothing in your home except kimchi, which is always in a Korean home, and rice. Well, make kimchi fried rice. Yes, you can use any ingredient. You're correct. All right, so then how I normally like to eat this stuff, you can just eat it out of the bowl, but I like using my hands and I like having fun. So, chat, POV, you're eating like this style where like I wrap it in seaweed. And I see like a lot of Korean influencers. I've been influenced by Korean fitness influencers to eat my food this way. It just makes it more fun, chat. Oh. That was so good. Wow. I'm really impressed. Oh, and we should have some soup. Oh, I should, this is the cheat soup. Do I have a nice bowl? You know, because it's so simple looking, I should put it in a simple white bowl just to like let the ingredients visually pop. Yeah, I need to like, but yeah. Look at that soup, chat. Look at the soup. Okay, what we got here is the meatball that's made with prawns, minced pork, wood ear mushroom, white fungus, lily bulb, eggs. Yep. With some of that crab paste stuff mixed in for flavoring and like a bit of sugar to like balance it out. And then in the soup, I also added those same mushrooms we had, the tofu, the tomatoes, used the mushroom stock as the base, and then added some more of that crab paste soup stuff as well. But this is like the cheat version. And you get like, it hits all the same notes, chat. Oh, I should take a photo of it. I was just about to eat it and I was like, no, no, no. I need to like, whoa. Almost dropped my phone. All good. Okay. Let me use a different spoon. So, literally you just cut into the meatball. And if you cook it from the frozen ones, oh, let me show you the frozen ones. So this is the one that we made earlier, chat. And you just freeze them, the leftover mince. And then you just, once they're frozen, you take them off the tray and put it in a bag. And then whenever you're like, you know what? I want some cheap Vietnamese soup thing. Then you just like make the stock up and boil it up. Soup's like so easy for weeknights. But yeah, I got me a spoonful of mushroom, tomato, bit of tofu. It's gonna be a big mouthful actually. Yeah. POV, I don't know. You're in a, I would say I'm not a very traditional Vietnamese. You're in a dodgy person's kitchen. POV, you're about to burn your mouth? Nah, I didn't reboil it, so it's not like scalding hot. So I like this method of doing the meatball because it's like adds a lot of texture to it with the like wood ear mushroom stuff. It's not authentic, I know. Please don't come for me. I did say it's a remix, okay? I'm talking as if there is actually Vietnamese people in my chat, and there's not. Well, I would love for there to be, because then I can learn from them. But yeah. Oh. So anyway, I'm literally pulling up a chair, chat. I'm gonna sit here and eat this while I don't know. You can talk about anything you want, chat. How's your soup, Leo? Is it as good as you were hoping it to be? Also, how did your noodles turn out, Penguin? Soup is good. Still hot. Oh, great. See, chat, once again, I don't know what is appropriate or not appropriate to talk about on stream. I feel like I'm just probably turning parasocial. Already done eating. Oh, wow. Oh. I'm glad you had a tasting meal. Oof. Your noodles are good. Leek added a nice flavor. Did you pan fry the leek and then add it to the noodles? And also, were your noodles dry noodles or were they like wet noodles? Was it a soup noodle or was it a dry noodle? Because that matters. And yeah, leek absolutely does go with noodles very well. Dry noodle. Do you just boil up some noodles? Like, do you just rehydrate dried noodles? Is that the deal? Chat, this is like really good. So I feel like I've talked about this channel before, but it's called Chinese Cooking Demystified. And they do have this like Chinese noodle recipe that uses like peanut butter. It's like a peanut noodle thing. It looks so good. Hang on. Chinese Cooking Demystified peanut noodle. Shaxiang peanut sauce noodles. I feel like the flavor would be so good. Yeah, you boil them in salted water or you season the water with other spices and usually boil the chilies for a few seconds and then add the noodles. Wow. You really love your chilies. I like that about you. I mean, honestly, I like a lot of things about a lot of people, but like, I like that you're so dedicated to the chili. I mean, considering you grow them, but that also shows a degree of dedication as well. My concern, chat. I was talking to a girlfriend who's been to Nepal. Actually, the friend that I caught up with yesterday, who's pregnant at the moment. She's been to Nepal, and her warning to me was, her advice was, it's a beautiful country. I'm like, okay, cool. She's like, you'll be fine. I'm like, okay, cool. But she said, but don't eat the chilies. And I was like, what? And she's like, yeah, I had a chili dish. And I think apparently, so especially if you're not used to the country, there is Nepalese water out of the tap is not safe to drink. I think that potentially that there is some potential like sewage leakage into the water. Anyway, I think the chili sauce or dish that she had, the chilies weren't fully cooked. They were kind of like chopped up and like mixed into something. She said that was like the worst gastroenteritis she's ever had. So like gastro symptoms she's ever had. And she had to like come back on like a bus or something like that. It was like, oh no. So like I have purchased water purification tablets just in case. As in most of the time I'll be drinking bottled water, but like what if I'm stuck somewhere where there is none? So like, look, you know what? This is what I mean by like, I feel like I'm preparing for every eventuality, but I really don't want gastro. Like I would not have a good time, chat. I feel like if anyone was going to get dehydrated and need to be hospitalized, it would be me. But I have brought the water purification tablets. So I'll be avoiding any ice. I'll be avoiding anything that's like fresh salad. I will only eat cooked things. It's not great. Yeah. I need to head off. All the best in your trip. Thanks, Andy. Thanks for dropping in. What's a little bit of a shigella between mates? What I don't want is cholera. Hopefully I'll see you when I come back, Andy. But take care in the meantime. This is delicious. Did we just turn into a mukbang? Yeah, we did. So yeah, this is, chat, can you blame me that all these thoughts of like these worst case scenario situations that actually are not like out of, that have the possibility of happening, like, and I'm not throwing shade at Nepal or Bhutan. They are countries that are undergoing the process of developing and economic growth, but it just means that right now the infrastructure is not great. Actually, is there a lot of countries where you can drink? So Australia is very luckily one of those countries where you can drink water straight out of the tap. I don't think. Now I'm curious. What countries? I'm Googling this. What would I do without Google? I don't know. Can you drink water from the tap? See, someone has Googled this. Okay. Countries where you can drink tap water. Austria, Iceland, Finland, France, Germany, Norway, United Kingdom, Netherlands, Sweden, Czech Republic, Greece, Ireland, Italy, Switzerland, Australia, Belgium, Japan, Luxembourg, Malta, Poland, Portugal, Singapore, yeah, Singapore, mostly Europe, Andorra, Canada. Interestingly, why was there no USA on that list? Because, like, Australia, Germany, Finland, and Canada have very strict quality standards. Oh, Singapore's water is one of the best in the world, subject to rigorous testing and treatment. New Zealand water, very abundant natural resources, safe to consume in most areas. Oh my gosh. Okay, there's a list of... Depends on the city, don't get flinted. There's a list of countries with unsafe tap water, which is interesting. India, Mexico, Nigeria, Indonesia, and Egypt. These countries suffer from water contamination due to poor infrastructure. Bacteria and parasites enter the water system and potentially cause gastrointestinal diseases. Okay. Bangladesh and Peru, unsafe due to improper sanitation. Once again, contaminated with bacteria and other pathogens. Haiti and Philippines. Oh no, despite efforts, these countries still struggle with water quality issues, and tap water may contain harmful microorganisms. Vietnam. While major cities may have improved water quality, tap water in many areas remains unsafe. Well, you're on the list. My homeland is also on the list. So the issues with drinking contaminated water is gastrointestinal infections like E. coli, salmonella, which causes diarrhea, vomiting, and dehydration. Parasitic infections such as Giardia can lead to long-term digestive problems, and chemical contaminants like heavy metals and other pollutants can result in chronic health issues. Cholera and typhoid fever. Oh, I have been vaccinated for my typhoid now. In areas with poor sanitation, these diseases can be transmitted through contaminated water. So, what I have is water purification tablets, which will sort of kill the bacteria and parasites. But what I learned, and I did some research, what I learned was that when you put the tablet in, you have to leave it for 30 minutes to do its job. And you could also purchase water filters. Depending on the size of the filter, it can remove bacteria, parasites, and microplastics. My main goal is to drink bottled water anyway, and then only if I'm in areas where I've like drunk all my bottled water or whatever, then I will use the purification tablets. And I know the downside of tablets is that it can leave a taste. I'm also like, okay, as I said, it's not that I'm adventurous, but I'm curious. I am curious what it is like to drink. What purified tablet, water that's been purified via a tablet tastes like. So I do kind of want to try it. But like, pop one of the tablets in a bowl of water, double clean. It's true. There was, I don't want to scare anyone, but there was a time. Yeah, there's a straw. Yeah, the Life straw. And the reason why I didn't get it was actually really expensive. If it was like $20 Australian dollars or under, I might have gotten it just like to bring it. But it was like some of the ones I saw were like at least $50, and I was like, I mean, as a backup, I think the tablets will do the job. For a while, I remember when I was traveling through Vietnam with my family on my mum's side, who's still in Vietnam, was saying to us, oh, when you get the bottle of water, make sure that the seal is sealed, because there was some controversy for a while where people would just take the used bottles and then fill it up with tap water and then sell that. And I was like, oh my Lord. And my family was just like, you know, just be safe. Just drink bottled water only. Like, guys, like, what the heck? Why do people do that? All right, chat. I should probably stop protecting things from the cat. I'll have one more bite with the sushi, with the seaweed, and then I'll start to wrap up. And like, wow, chat, I'm getting so much better at like pacing my streams to finish on time. Will she still the carrots? Yeah, she will still the carrots. I should put them away. Will she lick the sauce? Maybe. I mean, honestly, at this point. My cat is the cutest, and I love her a lot, but she is like like, you cannot trust her. I don't know if you can trust any cat, really. All right, I'll have one more bite, and then I'll take these bowls into the computer with me. Yum. It's a success. Oh. Okay. My phone, my bowls of food. I'm gonna do a little refresher. I'll last one for a little while. Okay. Here we go. Okay. What makes us feel good? Okay. So, top of my mind, cooking streams are finishing up around the 4-hour duration. 4 is just like good energy levels for me, okay, chat? Food. Oh yes. Delicious Bi Bim Bap and remixed Bun Rieu. Both were actually a success. So I'm learning to appreciate now that I've experienced when things aren't successful, I'm learning to appreciate when they are successful. And today, both were successful. What else? Oh, it's fun to talk. Oh, actually, no, I'll put that into what pushes us forward. So I don't know if I'm like giving this too much credence, but I feel what pushes me forward is that I feel very accepted by chat. So this is kind of dangerous space because I'm well aware that this is kind of speaking to the zone of external validation. But the thing that I like to be able to do on the stream is especially like talking about random topics, and the fact that turning off filter, or like brain to mouth filter, is somehow good for streaming. Question mark. Because okay, you spend so much of your life being like, oh, I shouldn't say that, that's inappropriate in like certain social dynamics, but then like suddenly it's like, okay, I mean, you just have to talk, you just got to talk, and I'm like, okay, well, this is how I do it. I just turn off that filter and then just let whatever topics that we talk about happen. And some days one tangent leads to another tangent. Some days I finish a tangent and there is nothing close by, and I'm like, what? So it feels really nice when I hit that conversational flow where the tangents just keep coming. And today was one of those days and it felt really good. Wait, I'll put that under like what we like. So I'll be like, when the stream, wait, when the tangents, no, the conversational tangents just keep rolling in. I do enjoy that. Yeah. Where do we want to go? So this is kind of like an update, but I think most of people know. Last stream, today's last stream before break. Wait, I should specify 2 weeks break. Then next stream will be 14/04, yep, 2025, which is Monday Minecraft. I'm penciling it in as Monday Minecraft. I don't know what I'm doing. I think it really depends on like how dead I am going to be. Also, do you know what'd be interesting is, okay, this is past us speculating about future us. Is future me, okay, so if I can manage to leave the trip with no infections or illnesses, then I'll be okay. And if all I'm dealing with is tiredness, then that's winning. But I may get gastro towards the end of the trip. I may get gastro during the trip. I may also get a chest infection because of the changing temperature between hot and cold. I know this is a weakness of mine. I also have a dinky knee. So I may like fall while hiking up the mountain in Bhutan and twist my knee. Okay, I think this is what it is. This is me articulating anxiety brain. This is what this is. It's like all of the scenarios that could go wrong. So I'm gonna pencil in Monday Minecraft. But if you see like, I'm really bad at using Twitter or like Instagram, but if you see a message in those or Discord being like, well, in the future, I've like blah, 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 done blah, blah, blah injury, then like I might have to cancel. So, but that's essentially what the plan is. But I think at the very least, I should be able to, the Wednesday following that should be new Monster Hunter Wilds, which I'll be very excited about. Which is, what date would that be? It'll be the 16th. Yes. So I think that would be my plan. And then when I come back, there's going to be a lot of, I do want to edit all the, hopefully I'm able to edit video, quite a bunch of B-roll and like take photographs and stuff. And hopefully I'll be able to like edit that into a story. And I really liked what I did with Singapore, where I edited and then I like showed you guys the first iteration and then I tweaked it a bit more, and then I posted it on YouTube. So like I like to do that because, and I also then want to the edit is like the nice, is always like the nice, like idyllic, you know, expectation holiday or like travel experiences, and then the stories behind it is like the reality of like, yeah, see this nice photo, this is where I was like puking my guts out. All valuable experiences. But yeah, other than that, what to watch out for. I'm gonna put here staying alive. And well, actually it's just coming back in one piece. Hopefully nothing broken. But yes, other than that, I'll let you know if I have any spiritual moments. Well, it should come out in story time anyway. But thank you so much, chat, for tuning in, for hanging out, for, you know, listening to the random conversational topics that happen on this stream. Thanks for being invested. Oh, hello, Tidy. Poking your head in the last minute, I see. But yeah, thank you, chat. Yes, enjoy my trip. I will. Thank you so much. But yes, take care, everyone. Hopefully I will be okay and I'll see you when I get back. That's what I'm hoping. Bye.